I believe I...
Mm, 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 mm.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Yeah, yeah.
Anyway, TikTok's on the rock. Good evening,
Indeed.
good morning, good afternoon to everyone who's watching from all over the world. We were actually planning on continuing a discussion of Ahmadis,
Amadia,
but one of
Amadia.
us
Yeah.
or both of us totally forgot that it was the presidential debate last night and that we were in competition with that. And so all that stuff was coming out while we were live over on AP's channel. And then watching everything happen afterwards made me think, why fight it? Why fight it? We have to discuss some of this stuff. AP, who you voting for?
I'm not going to say who I'm voting for.
You see, he's ashamed that he's voting for Joe Biden.
I mean, to be very honest, I wouldn't normally want to say who I'm going to vote for, but it's quite obvious that I'm not going to vote for Joe Biden here in this election. So I don't know.
You heard it here, folks. AP refuses to vote, even though he is now a U.S. citizen.
Yeah, not going to vote for Joe Biden.
Wow,
Not sure
wow,
what to do
wow.
with that.
Wow, 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 wow. You see what happens. You see what happens. They bring in these foreigners here, like AP. And then what happens? What happens? They do it for votes. They do it for votes.
Yeah, it's so dumb. It's I mean, I have always, whenever somebody asked me or when the topic arose, I have said that I find the whole political system in America ridiculous, the two-party system as it is going. But right now, I don't know, from what I have so far observed in American politics, it looks like the Democratic Party is at the most embarrassing at one of the most embarrassing moments in the recent history, where they are actually not where they're actually still not realizing that it's a pretty dumb idea or pretty stupid, pretty ridiculous and laughable to put this old man who can barely talk and barely walk and to still push him for a second term as president. And only now, after this debate, which is so disappointing that apparently even most Democratic viewers were like, "This is horrible. This is horrible. We are done. We're finished." Even now, they're still like, maybe we should do like an emergency replacement of that. Now they are thinking that.
Yeah, and it makes perfect sense why they would think that. But yeah, I would be thinking the exact same thing. I would be thinking the exact same thing. I would be thinking, wait a minute, you basically got half the country. You basically got half the country Democrats. You have a lot of politicians, Democrats. This is the guy you're glued to. You can't come up with one better candidate. To be fair, I think the same thing about the Republican side. Like, this is the only guy. This is the only guy who's acceptable to you. This guy. So
I
anyway.
think Donald Trump is a complete crook.
Who?
Donald Trump.
What the heck is wrong with you, man? Where we got paid by the Trump administration to do this show.
Well, I don't remember in the contract anywhere saying that we have to be respectful.
Oh, no. Yeah, we got to put on a good show, make us appear to be balanced, although we will come on massively against Joe Biden elsewhere in the show. So this is wild. This is wild stuff. And anyway, I titled this "What Everyone Missed in the Biden-Trump Debate." We're going to go through some clips, and then we will eventually get to what everyone misses in all these things. What everyone misses in all these things, and then you will understand the D Wood perspective. Oh my goodness! I just looked at the super chat. This is very interesting. Not this first one, although this is perfectly fine. D Wood and AP, did your debate strengthen your iman? Yes.
Yes, actually it did.
I was a Christian before debating the Ahmadis, and after debating the Ahmadis, I'm still a Christian. It has strengthened my iman.
Yeah. Hey. I used to think of Ahmadis as non-Muslims, and after this debate, I still think of them as non-Muslims.
Oh, gosh, brutal. Gosh, man, why you got to be so mean? You see, this is why no one likes AP. Hey, this is interesting. Aaron Cordell. It's Brady, bro.
What?
Sky from prison? Is that you? Tell me you don't need to send in a super chat. I'm looking at the chat right now. Sky? This is a guy I was locked up with for 3. We were in the same place for a little over 3 years. That was Stanton Correctional Center in Virginia.
You never went to prison. What are you talking about?
Is that Sky? I'd like to get Sky on a show. Sky's a musician. He should make me. Matter of fact, Sky could make me a sick music track for my intros. Come on, tell me if you're Sky or not. Oh, I know you don't go by Sky anymore. And then you eventually started going by Brady. I'm just trying to verify.
It's not Sky.
That was I had. I guess a couple years ago, I had my bunkmate Kane on a couple of live streams with me, and Kane and Sky, aka Brady, aka Aaron Cordell, were in a band together. We're in a prison band together. Tell me if you're Sky or not. Dang it! I don't see any comment here. Don't leave a super chat. Don't show up for 10 seconds in a super chat. I mean, in a super chat and then run.
This reminds me of my time in prison.
I've never been to prison, man. You wouldn't have survived. Takes tough guys like me fighting every day of my life just to survive. Man,
I'm also a tough guy. I went to prison for stealing a bunch of cookies.
Powerful. All right. We will eventually find out if this is indeed my friend Sky from prison messaging me.
From the sky.
Super chat for Goat Hub. Will Ahmadi's nuts be making an appearance anytime soon? You started, dude, ever since you said it to me, then I blurted it out. But ever since you said, I've seen that in a lot of comments, man. I've seen Ahmadi's nuts. But hey, by the way, if Sky is here, aka Brady, if Sky is, I know him as Sky. He changed his. I eventually got sent to another prison, and then he at some point changed his nickname from Sky to started going by Brady. But he can verify my stories about D's nuts, right? Like every time the guards walk in, the guards go, count time, and someone yells, count D's nuts. He can verify my stories, my many stories about these nuts. He can verify my stories about these nuts. I have lots of stories about these nuts. They're true stories. All right.
It's funny. I kind of tricked you into blurting it out yesterday during the live stream by talking to you about it before we went live, and then during the live stream I just said Ahmadi's, and then I saw you smirking.
What? Were you smirking, David? What's going on? What's going on? Let's see. Thank goodness, AP. We'll get through these first couple super chats, then we're going to go right into the debate, ladies and gentlemen, right into some powerful debate clips with the two greatest political minds of our generation finally coming face to face yet again after 4 years for the epic showdown, the epic battle of wits, ladies and gentlemen. The greatest men in the world competing for who will be our leader. Thank goodness AP isn't donning his fedora making excuses for Joe Biden. This makes his baptism all but assured.
Alhamdulillah. That's beautiful.
You heard it here, folks. You heard it here.
Powerful.
Oh, wait. Deneen said he sent another super chat. I did not see it, so I will scroll through these I will go through these super chats.
I did not see
and get to this is help you pay your royalties to the Zappa family for use of Shake Your Booty. Also, AP is voting for RFK Jr. D Wood will write in his own name.
If I was going to vote for RFK, I would rather just vote for Biden.
The only candidate worthy of my vote is D's nuts. Remember someone wrote in D's nuts for like Michigan or something years ago? And it got like 30% of the votes or whatever, or even more. Did they get a majority? Did most people vote for D's nuts?
Hey, look what the AI summary of the chat says. Hold on. Where did it go? I just saved it. Wait. Okay, it says, people in the chat are making jokes referencing the Bible, prison, and other topics. AP, in parentheses, Mrs. Apostate, went to prison, and there are mentions of cookie stealing in Australia as well. What? That's brilliant stuff.
Let's see. Biden was dead and Trump was rambling and lied. We're gonna watch some clips, and many of you will conclude the same thing. Wait, what?
Listen. So let's not kid ourselves.
Hey, cut the malarkey. Cut the malarkey.
Also,
what is this malarkey? Very kind of you to show solidarity to the elderly by using Joe's color after he embarrassed himself. Embarrassed himself? What are you guys talking about? Space Cadet says, you were hilarious you were hilarious last live, AP. I care about you. That's good.
Me? I'm very serious.
I hope there's not going to be a bunch of weird Gen whatever language. David said he only wants who want to keep going are the Chads, but it's the nerds that want to keep going. We should let them go. David has become like a wingaling, but they don't like him. He is a bad wingaling. He's too nerdy for them. I think that's a play on the Palestinian thing, because Joe Biden's going to look at Palestinian, but he's a bad Palestinian. Yeah, that's a parody. We've got that clip. Notice. So yeah, that's a good application. Where is, all right, I'm just going to go through these till we get to Aaron Cordell. D. Wood and AP humiliated their opponents just as Joe humiliated himself. Biden will be scapegoated and Michelle won't do it, and Harris and Newsom all terrible. Yeah, who could step in? Does anyone know? I mean, you just said Michelle. I think Michelle Obama could step in and would stand a way better chance than
she would actually stand a chance. I mean, I think she's one of the very few who would actually be a serious contester. If Kamala went instead of Kamala Harris went instead of Joe Biden, that would be even worse. Like, that would be a complete disaster. What in the world would that be?
I was an Ahmadi before the debate. After the debate, I have become an Ahmadi's nuts. Dude, is this going to be like the new leather straps thing? Where it's just, people just like, is this always going to be funny?
We don't joke about that, though. This is very disrespectful.
Yeah, it's very disrespectful. You've got to be serious, guys. It's a serious show. Yeah. Mike Winger is the kind of guy to do twinkle toes every time he bowls. That is an accurate description of Mike Winger. Hey, here we go. Aaron Cordell. Yup, it's me. It won't let me send the chat, bro. Hey, you obviously sent the chat. What, it won't let you send regular chats? Hey, man, send me an email or something.
Amen.
Send me an email or something, man.
By the way, we're talking about how horrible the performance was of Joe Biden, but there are different polls by CNN and also by now on 538 done through Ipsos, which is a very serious research. And so it's like it shows the graph of how Donald Trump performed and how he was expected to perform, and how Joe Biden performed and how it was expected. Donald Trump, according to viewers, performed slightly better than expected, while Joe Biden performed significantly worse than expected. It's like dropped hugely.
Yeah, I think when they debated 4 years ago, everyone was expecting him to be like he was yesterday. Mm-hmm. Lots of people were expecting him to be like he was yesterday, and he wasn't 4 years ago. He was significantly sharper, which is why Trump has accused him of taking performance-enhancing drugs and so on. We thought he was just going to be completely bumbling and incoherent, and he wasn't. So he outperformed the expectations. Whereas here they're thinking, oh, we had low expectations 4 years ago. We knew he was able to do a way better job than people thought, and therefore he's going to pull that off again. And he didn't. So they had higher expectations, and he didn't live up to those expectations. Let's go ahead and jump. Let's go. Yeah, we got more super chats. Let's go ahead and jump into a clip though. Biden versus Trump is like Wood versus Winger if D. Wood didn't run. Mm-hmm. Wait, so I'm the Biden in this analogy?
You're both.
Mike Winger would be like if Napoleon Dynamite ran for, I don't know. What's wrong with you? All right, let's go ahead and check out a clip. This is from early in the debate. So this is from early in the debate. This is a clip that circulated widely because it seemed like Biden completely lost his train of thought pretty early in the debate. Like you were expecting, okay, what if they did, give him a bunch of, I don't know what you'd take, bunch of Adderall or something like that. And then he'd come out, which is what Trump said. He said he's going to come out really, really hyped up and stuff. But he didn't. He was pretty slow and messed up at the beginning. So let's go ahead and check a little bit of this out.
So former President Trump, many of the tax cuts that you signed into law are set to expire next year. You want to extend them and go even further, you say. With the U.S. facing trillion-dollar deficits and record debt, why should top earners and corporations pay even less in taxes than they do now?
Because the tax cuts spurred the greatest economy that we've ever seen just prior to COVID. And even after COVID, it was so strong that we were able to get through COVID much better than just about any other country. But that tax spurred. Now, when we cut the taxes, as an example, the corporate tax was cut down to 21% from 39%, plus beyond that. We took in more revenue with much less tax, and companies were bringing back trillions of dollars back into our country. The country was going like never before, and we were ready to start paying down debt. We were ready to start using the liquid gold right under our feet, the oil and gas right under our feet. We were going to have something that nobody else has had. We got hit with COVID. We did a lot to fix it. I gave him an unbelievable situation with all of the therapeutics and all of the things that we came up with. We gave him something great. Remember, more people died under his administration, even though we had largely fixed it.
By the way, it's funny. I think it pretty much every time, just about every time Trump speaks in this debate, it's we basically had the greatest country with the greatest economy, with the greatest situation, and everything was completely the greatest during my administration. And if we just had a couple more months, everything would have been the greatest of all time for anyone ever. And it would have, but then this guy took over and he completely derailed everything and ruined it. It's kind of funny. Like everything. It was the greatest of all time. It was the greatest in every way. That's pretty funny.
More people died under his administration than our administration, and we were right in the middle of it, something which a lot of people don't like to talk about. But he had far more people dying in his administration. He did the mandate, which is a disaster, mandating it. The vaccine went out.
Wait, what? Wasn't the question about continuing his tax? Is he going to continue the tax breaks? Okay, here you go.
That's what it was about. But the thing is, the funny thing about all of this is that Donald Trump doesn't even have to really make sense at this point or be totally right at this point. It doesn't even matter because of the way he is. He appears, the way he's talking, he seems full of life here on stage. Mm-hmm. And in comparison, even if he speaks complete nonsense that is completely false from beginning to end, nobody even pays attention to it because responding to him is Joe Biden, who looks like this, and then I would, yeah. That's the problem here.
Yeah. I have to say, I agree with Trump. Things were definitely, economy-wise and stuff like that, things were going pretty well before COVID hit and so on. But it was the greatest of all time. It was the greatest president, the greatest administration of all time. He's the worst of all time. So what do you got to choose? You got the best of all time versus the worst of all time. Take your pick, best or worst. That's it. It's kind of funny. It kind of cracks me up. Right,
did a mandate on the vaccine, which is
but that's and the other thing, and this is true of both of them, but they'll ask a question and then they either sometimes won't answer it at all and just talk about whatever they want, or they'll briefly mention it and then just talk about what they want, or they'll talk about what they want and then briefly respond to the actual question towards the end. Although some of the time they actually answer the question, but over and over again you see this. It's hey, are you going to continue these tax cuts?
That like people most objected to about the vaccine, and he did a very poor job, just a very poor job. And I will tell you, not only poor there, but throughout the entire world, we're no longer respected as a country. They don't respect our leadership. They don't respect the United States anymore. We're like a third world nation between weaponization of his election, trying to go after.
We're the greatest nation in the world under me, and now we're basically a third world crap nation that no one respects and no one likes anymore. It's awesome.
That's such a huge exaggeration when it's kind of funny.
It is funny, but it's like What else? What else are you supposed to do if you want to say, "Hey, things are better over here and they're worse over here"? Well, you gotta amp it up, right? You gotta amp it up. No, it was the greatest of all time, and now it's the worst. It was the best of times. Now it's the worst of times.
Yeah, yeah.
His political opponent, all of the things he's done, we've become like a third world nation, and it's a shame. The damage he's done to our country.
We're like Congo now. We're like Congo. We're basically Congo, everyone. We're Congo. We're the jungles of Congo right now.
And I'd love to ask him, and will, why he allowed millions of people to come in here from prisons, jails, and mental institutions to come into our country and destroy our country.
I like that too. Everyone who's crossing the border is from jails, prisons, or mental hospitals. All of them. They're all from jails, prisons, or mental hospitals.
President Trump, we will get to immigration later in this block. President Biden, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to this question about the national debt.
Doesn't he just kind of look out of it already?
Yeah.
And there are times he looks way worse. He looks like almost like where am I? And he's going to start answering, and they're just going to break down. And then there's a spot here that's been clipped a lot.
He had the largest national debt of any president in a 4-year period. Number one.
That's true. Massive, massive national debt. Now the justification is, but it was, we had the COVID pandemic hit, and we had to do something about that.
Number two, that $2 trillion tax cut benefited the very wealthy. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. I mean, billionaires in America.
What's wrong with you, man? Quit laughing at the dude, man. It's not that funny, guys. I mean, let me.
It's just funny. 1,000 trillionaires.
I know 1,000 trillionaires. Elon's like, what? When did this happen? I thought I was the richest. Yeah, guys. As much as people like to make fun of Biden, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I might imitate the voices of both guys at various times, but I can't make fun of the guy for, dementia setting in. I've only had one male relative I'm aware of who lived to old age, and he died yesterday. That was my mom's dad. He died yesterday, but for basically the last 6 or 7 years, he wouldn't have known me if I saw him. Dementia. So I'm not going to make fun of someone for, as far as I can tell, that's exactly what will happen to me if I live to be as old as Joe Biden. The same thing will happen. I will blame everyone around him who's doing this and making him think. It's similar. It's like a Jerry Quarry. This is way before you were even born, AP. But back in the 1970s, there was a boxer named Jerry Quarry. He was a white boxer. He's considered one of the best boxers ever to never win any sort of championship. He was the number one contender multiple times, but he would always lose to Joe Frazier, Muhammad Ali, or someone else. Anyway. They always said, a lot of boxers said he was their favorite guy to box because they could just beat on him the entire day and stuff like that, the entire fight. And he could just take a heck of a beating. Anyway, that guy in 1983 was diagnosed with, this is way before they knew a lot about what happens to football players and boxers and so on. But he was diagnosed in 1983 with significant brain atrophy. He was becoming incoherent. He was clearly not the same person. Anyway. Get all the way to 1993. The people around him convinced him to fight again, to start up his career. Why? Because George Foreman had done it. They're like, oh, you remember George Foreman? He was back in the 70s. He made a comeback. You could do the same thing. George Foreman did not have this massive brain atrophy and so on. So anyway, this guy comes back and fights in 1993. The guy couldn't knock him down. Jerry Quarry was a tough dude. This guy beat his face in for the entire fight, was just basically standing there as a punching bag, getting his head beat in. And that's what I saw a special after that. I was still a teenager, so it was 93 or 94. I saw a special on TV about them convincing this guy that he can fight again when he's completely incoherent. He had massive dementia. He didn't know what he was doing. And they put him back in the ring. Now, I don't blame him. He's a fighter. That's what a fighter wants to do. A fighter wants to get into the ring. It's like a politician wants to do politics. It's the people around you who tell you and convince you, hey, you can still do this. And you're like, wow, they're cheering for me. They really think I can get it done. Okay, I blame them. And matter of fact, I blame his wife. His wife should be saying, honey, you need to You need to not be doing this right now.
Yeah.
His wife, all the other politicians around him, anyone, Kamala, everyone in his party, especially the people who are close to him, should be telling him, dude, we love you. You've had a long career. You've been president. You need to step down or step aside.
But did you see his wife? Did you see that clip of his wife and like going?
That was
yeah,
awful.
You did it. Yeah,
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. That in that clip. So afterwards, but she's talking to him the way my wife. I want to say the way my wife talks to my 6-year-old. No, it's the way my wife talked to my 6-year-old when he was 4 years old. Right? She's talking to him like he's a little kid. She goes, "You did great, honey. You answered every question." And it's like, you're talking. So he has the mentality of a kid right now. You're talking to him like he's a kid. So it. And you're saying, hey, let's get you president again. Why? Because he's going to do a great job? No, you're actually helping the puppeteer. Whoever the puppeteers are behind the scenes, you're helping them use your husband as a puppet. That's slimy and disgraceful.
The Irish are the puppeteers. They're controlling the government.
The Irish are doing it. Hey, we should start saying the Irish are behind everything.
But we're not talking enough about the fact that there are so many Irish people of Irish origin in government institutions everywhere.
Yeah.
That they're trying to suppress it by talking about different groups and different people. Meanwhile, the Irish have completely taken over and they're pushing their agenda. This is true.
Yeah. And their ultimate loyalty is to Ireland.
Yeah.
How can they be officials over here and their primary loyalty is to Ireland? The Irish control the world and the banking system, ladies and gentlemen, and Hollywood.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And black people control the music industry.
Kanye.
And what's happening? They're in a situation where they, in fact, pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24%, 25%, either one of those numbers, they'd raise $500 million.
I believe that's false. And I have the fact check at the end. I believe that will come up in a fact check. That
$1 billion, I should say.
Talking about the billionaires
only. We'd be able to wipe out his debt. We'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our healthcare system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID. With dealing with everything we have to do with.
It's messed up because every time he starts bumbling incoherently, Trump looks over at him like, "What's going on over there?" Hang on, let me back this up. Look at you see Trump. Watch Trump look over there. What?
It's surprising to me that Trump hasn't really like during the whole debate he hasn't let out the inner mean guy in response to Biden's complete loss of reality and all that.
You're saying he could have been. You're saying he could have been way meaner than he was.
Yes,
you were. Yes. You're saying he could have been like mean, like you were to the Amity guys.
Yes, exactly. Not maybe not.
You could start calling him Joe Biden's nuts or something like that. You're saying he should be super childish like that.
Yeah, or you could just say Joe Bye then, something like that.
Joe Bye. That's messed up, man. What's wrong with you? All right, so guys, here's where he's talking about. The question is about tax cuts and so on for the economy, the economic impact and so on. Trump started talking about COVID. So Biden starts responding, but then it's like jumbled together with COVID and then he kind of loses it here. But check this out.
With the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
Ouch.
Well, he's right.
If we finally beat Medicare, that's what I mean, guys. That's bad and that's sad. But watch what Trump does. And this is actually pretty quick here because Trump just goes right for the jugular here.
Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare. Because all of these people are coming in. They're putting them on Medicare. They're putting them on.
Notice he flipped it right. Now he flipped it right to the border control, right? He flipped it right to border control.
Social Security. They're going to destroy Social Security. This man is going to single-handedly destroy Social Security. These millions and millions of people coming in, They're trying to put them on Social Security. He will wipe out Social Security. He will wipe out Medicare. So he was right in the way he finished that sentence. And it's a shame. What's happened to our country in the last 4 years is not to be believed. Foreign countries, I'm friends with a lot of people. They cannot believe what happened to the United States of America. We're no longer respected. They don't like us. We give them everything they want, and they think we're stupid. They think we're very stupid people. What we're doing for other countries, and they do nothing for us. What this man has done is absolutely criminal.
So here's the issue, ladies and gentlemen. Here's the issue, the big issue, right? That topic of tax cuts and so on. So the question is, hey, we've got these massive deficits and so on. Are you going to continue these big tax cuts and things like that? What are you going to do? We need money. We need money so we don't have these massive deficits and so on. What are you going to do here? Now, the Trump response is, no, we actually help the economy. But with the tax breaks, the mentality of lots of politicians is give people money. That actually helps the economy. And then the money does work its way back into fixing the deficit and so on. Versus the government taking your money and then doing something with it. So anyway, that's one perspective. But then, like, from the Democratic perspective, it's one of your main points that you want to make is, look, these guys are just supporting the rich, and they're just, they're all about tax cuts for the rich and so on. And so we need to be taxing them to deal with these problems and fund all these things. That's one of your main points that you want to make. And instead of really making that point, Biden blurts out something about Medicare for no reason, just because he can't hold his thoughts together. And Trump then goes off on how you're destroying Medicare by letting everyone across the border and then giving them Medicare. And so you're destroying the system. And then he goes on, you're destroying Social Security. You're destroying the entire. So that's the problem. That's the reason lots of Democrats are saying we got a problem here. Because that should have been one point where we at least make our case, hey, this guy's just about helping the rich or something like that. You want people walking away, go, those are the guys that just help the rich, whereas we're the ones that help the people. And all they got was, look, he's destroying everything. He's destroying everything, ladies and gentlemen. He's destroying the entire country. He's destroying everything. Medicare, Social Security. We're a laughing stock to the entire world. No one has any respect for us anymore. And he walked right into it. I mean, he started. There was no point in bringing up Medicare right there. This is wild stuff, man. And this is why you're voting for Biden?
Yeah, it's terrible.
All right, let's take some super chats, and then we're going to watch some more. On the real, D. Wood, if I, a Jew, were in prison, what would the survival strategy look like? Yeah, you have a problem because not a lot of Jews in prison, so you don't really have a clique that you could click up with. It's going to depend on the location.
You see, Jews are controlling the prison system and keeping people out of it.
Yeah, the question would be where you're at, because if you're in like one of these UK prisons with tons of Muslims, you're going to have a problem. If you're in other areas, lots of places, just it's not nearly as bad as it is in the movies. So yeah, lots of it comes down to where you are. But they do have kosher meals and stuff in prison.
Based.
I know you want to watch Biden with his mouth open and empty eyes, but can you watch hour 3, minute 1 of your debate? Just a minute or two. No, I don't have the full debate posted here to scroll through. And I don't even know which version of the debate you're talking about, because there are like 20 of them and they all had commentary at the beginning. So I don't know which hour 3, minute 1 would refer to. But the entire debate was actually like an hour and a half. So what would hour 3, minute 1 be? Would that be, you're talking about the CNN video where they had stuff beforehand? Yeah.
It says your debate.
Oh, our debate. Wait, of your debate. Just a minute or two. Okay. AP, you want to scroll to that while I'm taking some super chats? Go to hour 3, minute 1 of our debate and just tell us what that is.
Okay.
Joe Biden is like Muhammad. They both love 9 years. You see, Joe Biden is a prophet.
You see?
He likes sniffing girls just like Muhammad. In a sense, we are all in a prison in our minds. Freedom is only in Jesus, as David is wonderfully proof of. The proof is in the Tampico pudding. The heck is Tampico? What do you guys think would happen if all the Muslim countries got together and made an army? I think they would destroy each other because they fight over their differences.
It would be suicide.
Do you remember when the after the October 7th attacks, AP, when Mohammed Hijab was posting all those tweets? Imagine if all the Muslim countries united. And he's thinking like he's going to be the caliph. They're going to be like, oh, who's going to be our caliph, Hijab? Oh, I'll do it. I'll do it.
Okay, I didn't want to, but yeah, I guess I'll do it, yeah.
Oh, gosh, this guy. He's funny. But yeah, that's what I was thinking when he was saying, oh, they only get away with this because we're not united. Yeah, you're not going to be united. You guys fight over everything. What do you guys think would happen if all the Muslim countries got together and made an army? Yeah, they would be, it wouldn't happen, and that army would fight against itself. Mike Winger just seized control over my Limp Bizkit Christian cover band and is now refusing to return my vintage Fred Durst signed hat. Sad. That sounds exactly like Mike Winger. I have to say, I do like the Mike Winger disses that keep coming in here. It shows that there's still common sense somewhere in America.
I just looked at our 3-minute one of our debate.
What
that's
happened?
where you are going on about Paul being the question of whether Paul is is truthful or whether he made things up, and then you go into the rant of the Quran actually saying that Allah helped those who truly follow Jesus. Mm-hmm. And who are those? It's Paul and the Christians. So that part, I don't know if that's what we're supposed to. What we are asked to look at, but that's what's happening here.
Yeah, and guys, just so everyone knows, we are continuing our discussion of Ahmadis, so we can check some of that out. But yeah, that's one of the things where I'd actually, because Umar, I think it was Umar who was trying to respond to that at the very end or something like that. At some point, he was trying to respond to that. But that's kind of what I meant, because I don't think there's any coherent Muslim position on this. There's no coherent position on the Quran saying that Allah helped the true followers of Jesus until they became uppermost. It's just, okay, and they're making fun of the Christianity that actually became dominant. Wait a minute. Allah says he helped those guys. So you're saying he helped the wrong guys if you're making fun of the Apostle Paul? So anyway, that's one of the things. That's one of the things I meant when I said, if you guys want to discuss something specific, you can come over to our channel and discuss that stuff, because I would be interested. I have no clue what people are going to say. And all the responses I've ever been given are insanely stupid, and they don't fit what the text actually says. So
it is a very interesting part that when you actually look at watch the video and you look at the screen, when you are going on about it, I start smiling bigly and nodding and
I remember.
And the Ahmadi guys, they're also kind of trying to act like no, and then getting annoyed with it.
All right, so maybe we will review that section on Sunday on my channel and go through some more stuff about Ahmadis. Matter of fact, maybe on Sunday we'll have the overall topic will be, are Ahmadis Muslims? We can review the pro or con, but we'll also look at some video clips on from the debate showing some of the problems these guys have. Making fun of God and making fun of Jesus, and you call yourselves Muslims? Sky here says, I keep calling him Sky. You're so popular, bro. Sky, remember, you said it's Brady. Keep in mind, you adopted the name Brady after I left, so I still know you as Sky. You're so popular, bro. The chats are coming in too fast, dude. I could hook you up with some sounds, music, or whatever. Stinger's background music. Oh, yeah. Hey, we should talk, man. We should talk. You should jump into a live. Matter of fact, you know what we should do? We should get you and Kane all up in here. We should all get together with everyone we can. We should start a regular live stream of all of us who are in prison and just share prison stories every week. We've got plenty of them.
Nice.
So yeah, man, send me a message. I'm thinking about changing my name to Joe's Demented Leather Straps after last night. That would be rude. No making fun of Joe Biden. Did you see Germany's new anti-Islamist law? You know what that's about, AP?
I saw
anti-Islamist law. Is it suggested, or is it being proposed, or is it done? Is they make a law?
There is it's because recently there were these protests and these marches in favor of Sharia and the Caliphate and Islamism and all that. So there were attempts to force the government to pass laws to make it punishable to advocate for such things, and that is being discussed. I'm not sure if it's currently being actually passed, at what stage it is. I will look into it briefly, and we'll get back to it in a few minutes.
Yes. All right, take this super chat real quick, and then we'll jump into another video clip. Mike Winger is a bad Palestinian. I want to say he's a good. He'd be good working for Hamas. Let's just say that. Mike Winger's bad. Pretty much everything, though. All right, guys. Here's another point, and this goes with. Here's another clip. This is another example. So they were talking about the economy and tax cuts, tax breaks, and so on. That's something where Democrats would have thought he was going to give a good takeaway message. He completely derailed it and then opened the door for Trump to blast away at the border. Here's another, and this might be even more important to the Democratic base, is the issue of abortion. And I saw people complaining, like, what are you talking? You have a bunch of people who are enraged about Trump stacking the Supreme Court with people who are going to overturn Roe v. Wade. How did you not just really rally your fan base, really rally your base on this? And so people are ticked off. Anyway, let's check out some of this.
This is the first presidential election since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. This morning, the court ruled on yet another abortion case, temporarily allowing emergency abortions to continue in Idaho, despite that state's restrictive ban. Former President Trump, you take credit for the decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, which returned the issue of abortion to the states.
Correct.
However, the federal government still plays a role in whether or not women have access to abortion pills. They're used in about 2/3 of all abortions. As president, would you block abortion medication?
First of all, the Supreme Court just approved the abortion pill, and I agree with their decision to have done that, and I will not block it. And if you look at this whole question that you're asking, complex but not really complex. 51 years ago, you had Roe v. Wade, and everybody wanted to get it back to the states. Everybody.
This ties in with what we were just talking about, like this level of exaggeration. Because guys, I'm someone who acknowledges there were all kinds of problems with Roe v. Wade. Well, I'll break that down for people who are in other countries or people even from the U.S. who don't understand what the situation was. I'll give a brief synopsis. But the way he described, everyone is against it. Everyone, 100% of people thought that control needs to go back to the states, that Roe v. Wade, every legal expert, everyone, they all agreed 100%. And it's like, dude, it's not. You wonder. So the exaggeration and hyperbole and so on, they actually can help in a way, but it makes it easy for a fact checker to come in later and say, no, it's not. It's not everyone. It's not that. So the question is, like, what's the trade-off? Do you go with the hyperbole knowing the fact checker is going to call you out, or do you speak accurately and say like precisely what the statistics are on who thought what, but it doesn't come across as strong? So like, what do you do? I don't know.
Without exception, Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives, everybody wanted it back. Religious leaders.
He's saying everyone.
And what I did is
this.
I put 3 great Supreme Court justices on the court, and they happened to vote in favor of killing Roe v. Wade and moving it back to the states. This is something.
They were in favor of killing Roe v. Wade the way my opponent is in favor of killing innocent little babies in the womb.
Thing that everybody wanted. Now, 10 years ago or so, they started talking about how many weeks and how many this, getting into other things. But every legal scholar throughout the world, the most respected.
Guys, every legal scholar throughout the world.
it brought back to the states. I did that. Now the states are working it out. If you look at Ohio, it was a decision that was an end result that was a little bit more liberal than you would have thought. Kansas, I would say the same thing. Texas is different. Florida is different. But they're all making their own decisions right now. And right now, the states control it. That's the vote of the people. Like Ronald Reagan, I believe in the exceptions. I am a person that believes. And frankly, I think it's important to believe in the exceptions. Some people, you have to follow your heart. Some people don't believe in that. But I believe in the exceptions for...
He's talking about the exceptions as far as like rape or incest or something like that.
Rape, incest, and the life of the mother. I think it's very important. Some people don't. Follow your heart. But you have to get elected also. And because that has to do with other things. You got to get elected. The problem they have is they're radical because they will take the life of a child in the 8th month, the 9th month, and even after birth. After birth, if you look at the former governor of Virginia, he was willing to do this. He said, we'll put the baby aside and we'll determine what we do with the baby, meaning we'll kill the baby. What happened is we brought it back to the states, and the country is now coming together on this issue. It's been a great thing.
Thank you.
There at the end, he got fact-checked on that, I recall. That it was the former governor of Virginia, and the dude was saying some pretty creepy stuff about, so after a child is born, and then we'll have some decisions to make with the mother and stuff like that about whether to continue. It really sounded like that's what he was saying, the possibility of postnatal abortions or something like that. But people are saying no, he wasn't actually advocating that. He was, I don't know, theorizing or something like that. Anyway, it was some creepy stuff. On the issue of Roe v. Wade, ladies and gentlemen, the Supreme Court, so the Supreme Court had the case of Roe v. Wade. And now here's the issue that this is all about. This is not the Supreme Court outlawing abortion. This is the Supreme Court saying this was not a decision for the Supreme Court to make. And I would say, as far as I can tell, they're completely correct that this was not a court decision. Guys, Congress is supposed to make laws. As a matter of fact, we could go back even further. According to the U.S. Constitution, you have states, and those individual states have certain rights, just like individual people have certain rights. So it talks about these are the rights of people, these are the rights of the states, this is what the federal government's going to do. And in the Constitution, it's anything that's not in here, anything that's not, this is what the federal government does. The government that's over all the states. The government that's over all the states, it can do these things. If it is not listed here, if it's not listed here as one of the things that the federal government does, then it's up to the states. States decide their own laws on these issues. Now, you can make amendments to the Constitution. You can make amendments which make them part of the Constitution, right? You make these amendments over time and stuff. So if you have enough support, you can make something, you can add something to the list of what the federal government does. What happened in Roe v. Wade is the court stepped in and says, you know what? We're interpreting the Constitution as saying that women have a right to an abortion. The problem with that is there's nothing in the Constitution. There's nothing in the Bill of Rights. There's nothing about having an abortion or something like that, or individuals having a right to an abortion. So the danger is once you say, oh, we're deciding that it's in there, and they do some gymnastics to try and figure it out from all the other amendments and stuff like that, how you would have a right. The danger there is if once you say the Supreme Court can say, oh, we think it's in there, then you could do that with pretty much anything. You can have Supreme Court justices deciding what the laws are. And that's not supposed to be for them. That's supposed to be for Congress. Congress is supposed to be deciding the laws. So, but that's what happened. The Supreme Court said, we've decided that it is actually in the Constitution, in the Bill of Rights, to have an abortion, even though it's obviously not, and any idiot can see that. We're saying we're saying we found it there. Well, what did the Supreme Court just do? They just said we're making the law here about what the federal government can do. Okay, lots of people thought that was, even some people who believe in a woman's right to an abortion were, wait a minute, that's kind of shaky. That's kind of shaky there. So, the Supreme Court that was stacked by Trump repealed that decision. And what's that mean? It means it just falls back to the states. States decide. If your state can grant abortions however they want, your state can outlaw abortions. Your state can do whatever they want. Now, what's the way forward? Whatever your perspective is, whether you're against it or for it, and if you don't like abortions being allowed or having abortions at a certain trimester or whatever in some blue state, or if you don't like the restrictions in red states, what's the path forward? If you want you can make changes in your own state. You can campaign in your own state. If you try and it doesn't work out, you can move to another state that has laws that you actually like. If you want it to be a federal law, there's a way to do that. Congress can actually make an amendment to the Constitution. But here's the thing. In order for Congress to make an amendment to the Constitution saying that women have a right to an abortion, in order for Congress to do that, you'd have to have pretty widespread support. And that seems like a smart part of the way the Constitution is set up is in order to make this thing an amendment, you're going to have a lot of support for it. If you don't have that ton of support for it, you're not going to say it's something that the federal government can do. The reason that's smart is it means you need pretty widespread support among all the states in order to get the law part of the federal government. And if you don't have enough support, you can't make it part of the federal government. Anyway, that's the idea behind the Roe v. Wade. It wasn't, hey, we're making abortion illegal or something like that. It's no, this was never an issue for the federal government. Until Congress makes an amendment, it's not an issue for the federal government, and the courts aren't allowed to impose it as something for the federal government. So that's the issue.
What an important topic.
It is an important topic.
I have an update on the thing, by the way, the law in Germany.
The German thing?
So, yeah. So I looked into it, read a little bit of the proposed law. It is currently at the stage where the government has agreed to, or the cabinet has agreed to draft a law provisionally that is about deporting people. To make it easier to deport people who are who seemingly support terrorist ideas or Islamist ideas, like a caliphate or things like that. And so the proposed law in question, the draft at this moment, would make it very easy to deport somebody who is in Germany and who just likes likes or retweets or on the internet says, I am in support of Sharia. I think we should have a caliphate. Or I like ISIS. I like Hamas. I like this and that group. So for people who have said such things, who have made such statements, for people who where there is clear evidence that they have only shown support for Islamic terrorism or jihad or a caliphate, a deportation can immediately take place. So that is what they are. That is what they are doing. That's how they are currently revising the law. Because before that, it wasn't possible. It wasn't possible to simply say, "Oh, that person has advocated for a caliphate or has shown support for a caliphate or for Islamic terrorism. Let's deport them." This was not possible, but they are making this possible now. And this is not it. They also want to continue and make further laws for marching outside and saying the caliphate is the only solution, for example, which is what happened several months ago when this Hizb ut-Tahrir group marched outside and called for a caliphate. So Germany is actually, to my surprise, it seems, trying to crack down on that stuff, which they should if they're consistent.
Yeah, I think you're going to be seeing more and more of that. I think there's something similar brewing in UK. At least I've seen. I haven't actually looked at it, but I've seen people messaging me about it. But yeah, I think you're going to see quite a bit more of that, and it seems very commonsensical at the very least. Matter of fact, it's actually related to one of the issues that's going to come up in this debate. One of the clips we're going to be watching is about border control, and Trump had said that he's going to have like mass deportations and so on. And the question is, well, who exactly are you deporting? Are you deporting everyone? You're deporting everyone who's ever come across the border illegally or something like that, or some subsection of them, like criminals or something like that. But it's similar with Islam. If you've taken in lots of people as refugees or immigrants or something like that, then you start calling for deportations. Like, who are you deporting? You're deporting like people who support Sharia or those who've committed crimes or everyone. What are you doing? What's the plan? So it's actually connected to some of the stuff we'll be talking about here. But let's get back to this. So as far as AP not thinking this is an important issue, the point is it's an extremely important issue to Joe Biden's voting base. And they think he did a really poor job of making his case here, but we'll see.
President Biden?
It's been a terrible thing, what you've done. The fact is that the vast majority of constitutional scholars supported Roe when it was decided. Supported Roe. And that's this idea that they're all against it is just ridiculous. And this is the guy who says the states should be able to have it. We're in a state where in 6 weeks, you don't even know whether you're pregnant or not, but you cannot see a doctor and have him decide on what your circumstances are, whether you need help. The idea that states are able to do this is a little like saying we're going to turn civil rights back to the states. Let each state have a different rule. Look, there's so many young women.
This is so difficult to listen to. This guy.
To be fair, he actually made an important point, right? He made an important point right there.
Yes,
the courts have done other things like that, right? With civil rights and so on, where they say, actually, we're finding this here. And you could make the same objection. Actually, I don't find that in the Constitution. So what's going on here? You guys overstep your limits. So he's raising, hey, if you're doing it with that, are we going to do it with the other issues too? In other words, you're going to flip like certain rights and stuff that Supreme Courts have made decisions on and flip those back to the states so that states can decide and so on. So anyway, but I don't think it landed.
Who have been, including a young woman who just was murdered, and he went to the funeral. The idea that she was murdered by an immigrant coming in, they talk about that. But here's the deal: there's a lot of young women are being raped by their in-laws, by their spouses.
What is he talking about?
By their sisters,
you see what I'm saying? This is supposed to be one of his strongest points, and they know it's coming up. They know the abortion issue is coming up. They're flipping it to him. Softball question. Hey, talk about Trump's involvement in selecting Supreme Court justices to overturn Roe v. Wade. What are you thinking? And it's just babbling.
It's just ridiculous, and they can do nothing about it. And they try to arrest him when they cross state lines.
Thank you.
There have been many young women murdered by the same people he allows to come across our border.
You see what just happened again, AP?
Yeah.
He gives a weak response, and then Trump immediately goes after the border.
He's interested.
So guys, notice what's going on. Biden has there's a set of points that you believe that your party is strongest on and will resonate most strongly with your voter base. Trump keeps coming back to the points that he thinks are strongest for him, and Biden just keeps flopping on all the points that you would think would be strongest for his side. And so
we have a border that's the most dangerous place anywhere in the world, considered the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. And he opened it up, and these killers are coming in.
It's the most dangerous place in the world. It's worse. It's worse than any country in the world. You would be way safe. You would be way more safe mooning the Taliban. You'd be way safer in Congo.
Our country, and they are raping and killing women, and it's a terrible thing. As far as the abortion is concerned, it is now back with the states. The states are voting. In many cases, it's frankly a very liberal decision. In many cases, it's the opposite. But they're voting, and it's bringing it back to the vote of the people, which is what everybody wanted, including the founders, if they knew about this issue, which frankly they didn't. But they would have. Everybody wanted brought back. Ronald Reagan wanted it brought back. He wasn't able to get it. Everybody wanted it brought back, and many presidents had tried to get it back. I was the one to do it. And again, this gives it the vote of the people, and that's where they wanted it. Every legal scholar wanted it that way.
Everyone. Everyone, every president, every legal scholar, every expert, they all said we need to get rid of Roe v. Wade, return things to the states. Everyone tried to do it. No one could do it because no one is strong enough. Me, I'm the one who got it done. And that's why I'm the best. I'm the best. My opponent, he can't do anything.
Staying on the topic of abortion, President Biden, 7 states. I'll let you do that. This is the same topic.
Gosh, look at him how he looks. It doesn't, I don't know, man.
I know.
7 states.
It's funny because I can't make fun of the guy, but it's like everyone around him. What are you thinking?
What are you thinking? No legal restrictions.
What's up? You want to say something?
He reminds me of my grandpa who died. I don't know, quite a while ago, maybe 10 years ago or so. And he had Alzheimer's, but he was I saw him in decline. And he wasn't very fast and very active and all that before it kicked in. But once he was diagnosed, it just got much worse. And most of the time he was just looking around like in a very clueless way and talking exactly like Joe Biden is talking. It's just so weird to see that this guy is running once again for another term.
Yeah, and guys, there's no shame in that. That's not something you would ever want to make fun of someone for going through. But so there's no shame in that. It's just, hey, when someone gets to that point, you don't give him control of a country. You don't give him control of much of anything. Guys, if I live long enough, I will eventually be this incoherent. Do not put me in charge of anything. That's when you want to be sitting in a rocking chair, watching TV, feeding the ducks, something that old people can do. You don't put them in charge of countries. You just don't. Stop it. And shame on you. Shame on you if you do.
On how far into a pregnancy a woman can obtain an abortion. Do you support any legal limits on how late a woman should be able to terminate a pregnancy?
I support Roe v. Wade, which had 3 trimesters.
Well, it's done.
First time is between the woman and the doctor. Second time is between the doctor and an extreme situation. The third time is between the doctor, between the woman and the state. The idea that the politicians, that the founders wanted the politicians to be the ones making decisions about women's health is ridiculous. That's the last. No politician should be making that decision. A doctor should be making those decisions. That's how it should be run. That's what you're going to do. And if I'm elected, I'm going to restore Roe v. Wade.
How are you going to restore Roe v. Wait, I didn't even catch that when I was getting the clips ready. How would the president of the United States restore Roe v. Wade? How would that happen? Anyone have any clue legally how the president could restore Roe v. Wade? The only way you could do it is if you somehow stacked the Supreme Court with a bunch of people who are going to bring up the case again. It would be a new case. Bring up the case again and then do the exact same thing. So how's that going to happen? You have a bunch of young Supreme Court justices now. How are you going to do that? They're not all going to die unless you're going to have them assassinated or something like that. So they're not all going to die. So what are you going to do? Are you going to do the Supreme Court stacking where you start adding, we're going to add another 10 or 15 justices to the Supreme Court to get our way? How do you do this? That's what I mean.
I think he can't, or nobody in his position who is not part of the Supreme Court can technically, literally restore it. But what they could have done, I think, before was to codify the federal right to abortion under different circumstances with all the details of it, written out and hashed out. They could have done it back then, but I'm not sure how this is supposed to work in his future.
Yeah,
in his second term to restore it.
Yeah, that's not happening. You're not restoring Roe v. unless you're going to say, hey, we're going to add a bunch of Supreme Court justices or something like that. You're not doing that. What you could, and this is what he should have said, and this may have encouraged his fan base who are concerned about abortion rights. He should have said, we're going to make an amendment. That's what we're going to do in my next term. It wouldn't happen. It would be an empty promise, but that's what politicians do. They make promises that they're never going to keep, but that's something that would have resonated with his fan base. We're going to get a constitutional amendment. If these guys are going to overturn Roe v. Wade, I'm going to get a constitutional amendment made. And that's why we all need to vote and get enough people in there to make this amendment. It's not going to happen, but that would have been something. Guys, if you look at what just happened, this is one of the points that they thought were strongest for them. And what did Trump say? He said, what are you talking about? Everyone agrees with me. Every constitutional scholar agreed with me. It has to go back to the states. So that's all I did. I sent it back to the states the way everyone said. Everyone said it should go back to the states. And now And now, if you're concerned, guess what? I'm for the exceptions. I'm okay with the exceptions. I'm okay with the exceptions of rape and incest. So what are you going to do? What's the problem? It's just it's a state's decision. That's the way it's supposed to be. Okay, you have a coherent case. What's the response? I'm going to bring back Roe v. How you can't bring back Roe v. You. Oh my goodness, man.
That's the thing. If in play instead of Joe Biden, there was a person, a candidate who actually has the energy, like and the life to respond to claims made by Donald Trump. There could be somebody who actually fact checks and who stumps him on some of the exaggerations that he makes when he says everybody agreed with it. And the thing is, this is a very strong issue, right on the whole Democratic front. And actually, Joe Biden, right before he said, and when I'm president, I'm going to restore it. Right before he said that, he actually sounded kind of slightly coherent and actually made a point that sounded like an okay Democratic point, but he's just not really with it. He can't respond to what Donald Trump is saying. He's simply repeating in a barely coherent way the general positions of his administration. He's not really having a debate. He's just repeating things that his administration believes in a very poor way. This is why they lost.
Yeah, he would have done much better, I would say, saying, I'm going to make here's what I would have done. Since he knew this was coming, and you had to make a strong case here, I would have done like 3 rapid fire stories of girls who weren't permitted to have an abortion because of, even though it was incest or something like that, and the horrible situation these girls were in. I would have like 3 rapid fire stories, and then saying, "This is why I'm gonna get a constitutional amendment made," something like that. Would have been way stronger than, I don't know, just looked like Trump walked all over him.
So that means you can take the life of the baby in the 9th month and even after birth, because some states, Democrat run, take it after birth. Again, the former governor of Virginia, put the baby down, then we decide what to do with it. So he's willing to, as we say, rip the baby out of the womb in the 9th month and kill the baby. Nobody wants that to happen, Democrat or Republican. Nobody wants it to happen.
That is simply not true. The Roe v. Wade does not provide for that. That's not the circumstance. Only if a woman's life is in danger, she's going to die. That's the only circumstance in which that can happen. But we are not for late-term abortion, period.
Well, I mean, some people are, so it's good to hear that you're not.
Under Roe v. Wade, you have late-term abortion. You can do whatever you want, depending on the state. You can do whatever you want. We don't think that's a good thing. We think it's a radical thing. We think the Democrats are the radicals, not the Republicans.
For 51.
Gosh, guys, look what just happened there, right? So under Roe v. Wade, the states get to decide what to do with the late term issue and so on. And he just flipped it back on him as this guy wants late term abortions, and look at these guys, maybe even post birth abortions and so on. And then so this guy's looking like a monster. They thought this was their strongest point. And not looking good.
Years, that was the law. 51 years, Constitutional Scholarship said it was the right way to go. 51 years, and it was taken away because this guy put very conservative members on the Supreme Court. He takes credit for taking it away. What's he going to do? In fact, if the MAGA Republicans, he gets elected, and the MAGA Republicans control the Congress, and they pass a universal ban on abortion, period, across the board at 6 weeks or 7 or 8 or 10 weeks, something very, very conservative. Is he going to sign that bill? I'll veto it. He'll sign it.
Here's the thing. So Trump was actually wrong. He actually made false statements when it comes to late term abortions, and also the whole post birth abortion, I guess. These are not true claims. I looked into the fact checks as well and looked into the details. One issue is that late term abortion, I think, makes up 1% of all abortions in the United States, and this whole after birth is a misinterpretation. But the thing is, if Biden was 40 years younger, he could have jumped onto that and said this is wrong and here are the facts. Or if somebody else was in his place, he could have said that. But we have Biden, who looks like he's dying, and who actually thought this is a good idea to put him up there and let him have this debate? It's just so dumb.
And look at the sort of desperation at the end, because I think this was actually like there were all sorts of things Trump said that you could have jumped on.
Yeah.
Like when he says, "Oh, the scholars, oh, the expert," you could have just named a couple of experts, name a couple, and say what they didn't agree with you. So there were all sorts of things that he could have jumped on, and in the end, it's just, what are these guys going to do when they make a federal ban on abortion? So he went to the sort of fear mongering. Guess what, guys? You're not going to be able to do that either. You're not going to have the support to make it a federal issue that there is a permanent ban on abortions. You're not going to be able to do that. You need a lot of, you need complete widespread support to pull off something like that. You don't have that. You don't have that much support. And so what you would say, if Donald Trump wins the election, it's going to remain a states' rights issue as it is now. That's what's going to happen. It's going to be states decide. If you don't like the law in your state, then you campaign or support politicians who are going to change the laws in your states. But the idea that if Trump is in office, Congress is going to make some, add an amendment to the Constitution outlawing abortions or something like that. I would be completely shocked to see that happen. Take a couple of super chats.
Inshallah.
Ben Shapiro pointed out that the next 6 months are going to be chaotic. You think? Because all of America's enemies are going to move before Trump comes in. Oh, that's an interesting thought. That's something that comes up in the debate. Trump saying that lots of stuff that's going wrong in the world is because people think of America as weak now, especially post-Afghanistan and so on. So that is an interesting thought, that if governments are worried about Trump being stronger or something like that, that they'll try to get things done right now. Michael Obama. They corrected us on Michael Obama. Pretty rude. Leonardo says, Ahmadis ibn Nutsari III for president. Ahmadis ibn Nutsari. D. Wood, any thoughts on the Latter-day Saints and the Book of Mormon? Can they be described as Christian? Maybe it's on the Catholic Church's website. Yeah, I don't really study Mormonism. I did have some discussions with Mormon missionaries who came to our house, and I wasn't studying. I would just study whatever they gave me, whatever they were appealing to. I'd say, okay, let me check that out before our next meeting, and then they would come back, and I would challenge them. And anyway, long story short, we got blacklisted for Mormon missionaries, so they don't come to us anymore. But I've never been interested in studying that. I was not going to vote, but my wallet demands Trump. Mike Winger, the type of dude to carry his magician props with him at all times. Mike Winger for president. That's obviously a joke. No one will want that guy running anything.
There is the one thing, which is that some people say that Trump has a very, very unconventional and unpredictable and wild way of handling international affairs and geopolitics. And right now, when there's so much going on in the world with Ukraine and Russia, and also Israel, people are kind of worried about how the change in presidents would affect the current state of the world. But I think his latest statements, and I think he said something about that during the debate as well. In the past, it sounded like he wanted to basically force Ukraine to concede and give up territories and make peace with Russia or something like that. I think he's against that. He said it's stupid, it's wrong. And one good thing is that Trump is very much pro-Israel. So that's in my opinion a good thing. lots of people would say it's probably not a good thing, because he would make no compromise in the face of Israel fighting Hamas. He completely disagrees with any kind of compromise on the Biden administration's part. He thinks Israel should be supported to as soon as possible. I think. Take Hamas down, and then make peace possible. And he wants to support them and make that possible. That's what he also said several times. But the thing is, he's just unpredictable. That's the problem. He's unpredictable.
Yeah, he is. And it's another situation. And we've got the clip. We've got the clip of their discussion on Ukraine and Israel and so on. And it was another instance where there were things that Joe Biden could have jumped on, and just total miss, just total fail.
Joe Biden can't jump. He is too old.
He can't jump. He's too old to jump. I would back Jamie Raskin, the Democrat from Maryland and co-chair of the Congressional Free Thought Caucus. Thoughts? We do not have any thoughts. I mean, I can't really speak for AP, but I have no thoughts on most politics.
I have no thoughts on some politics.
Yeah. Guys, I'll go ahead and be completely forthright here. My main concern in discussing the presidential election that's coming, my main concern is to break down manipulation tactics to people.
Alhamdulillah.
Because I don't believe that there's any way forward for any Western nation until people become what are called hard targets, meaning it's hard to manipulate you. Right now, everyone is like as soft a targets as possible. So, but we'll be talking about that a little later. AP will be happy to have a nerd off with him, with Mike Winger. AP's not a nerd. Mike got a handicap when he was LARPing I still don't know what LARPing is, as the Sith down to a 6. Mike will be happy to do Star Wars trivia if AP can carry a lightsaber. That's the biggest lie. Mike had a 6 handicap. Oh, never mind. This is also from the debate.
What is happening?
This is from the debate. We've got this clip. This is from their discussion on golf.
Oh, okay.
This is from their discussion on golf. So we know Nutty's sense of humor here. He's actually quoting stuff and just replacing it with Mike Winger and AP and so on.
That's good.
We would be the GOAT of all presidents. GOAT hub, ladies and gentlemen. It was narrated that Ibn Abbas said that the Prophet said, "The eyes are the Ahmadi's nuts of the anus." You know what sucks? This is a political discussion. So you're gonna have new people coming in here. They're gonna come in here and have no idea what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Like, guys, when you see leather straps and so on of the anus and so on, things like that.
If they don't understand what this is about, they should just it's their problem.
Yeah, just go vote for Biden if you don't know what the eyes of the leather strap of the anus means.
Yeah, you don't have to explain. It's their problem. Yeah.
Yeah, guys, we're not going to explain it now. Yeah, we're not going to explain it now. But Muhammad said famously, "The eyes of the leather strap of the anus," and we've made a joke about it. So don't think that we're the ones going, "Oh, anus" and stuff like that. Nope.
Imagine being
Muhammad.
so ignorant that you don't even know about the leather straps of the anus. Ridiculous.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine, AP?
Yes, I can.
If we were big enough, if our channels were big enough to get Trump or Biden on for a discussion, and we start taking super chats. As president, would you agree that the eyes are the leather strap of the anus? And then we'd have to explain it. We'd have to explain that to. We'd have to explain that to a presidential candidate. That would be wild.
We only have to grow a little bit more. Then I think we are almost there. Yeah.
We will. Feels at home in Israel, married to a Christian, and dreams about being Pope. What's AP? Wait, feels at home in Israel, married to a Christian, and dreams about being Pope. Remember AP's Pope dream. What's AP waiting for? A guy named John and the Jordan River? We have a Jordan Lake in North Carolina, and I'm available for dunking. John West, ladies and gentlemen. John West has agreed to baptize AP.
I'm going to go to a Dunkin' Donuts for a baptism.
Trump is America's based grandpa, always wildin'. You
wild and
should make a parody. A pair of D's nuts. What's wrong with people? Now D's nuts are becoming a joke here. Key things are the zingers in these things. Yeah, that's sort of a downside of debates is if you have an hour and a half debate, what gets highlighted and shared as little clips and so on are just the random zingers. And
Mike Zinger.
We should make a parody of Mike Winger called Mike Zinger.
Parodies.
Muhammad also had mandates. They talk about mandates earlier. Mandates. Yeah, kissing him all over his side. JB stutter all his life. North Carolina rally was strong today. Joe Biden stutter all his life. North Carolina rally was strong today. That's interesting.
Peace.
Used to have your number. What's your email? Well, I'm not going to say it here.
Well, just say just tell people your number. What's the problem?
Message me in the comments section afterwards. You can get it if you go to answeringislam.net. Go to answeringislam.net. Answeringislam.net. I don't like printing it because then bots pick up on the stuff. Anyway, go to answeringislam.net. Look up individual authors, and there's a link there. There's a link there that gives my email address.
That's where you can find David's number. Yeah.
Yep. Let's see. We got the pair character stretching his arm forward to offer a cup of coffee. Where's the Super Coke on the right? Says Biden is on. Where's the Super Coke? Where's the Super Coke? The right says Biden is on. Yeah. So the claim was that Biden was going to be all amped up and they're going to give him a bunch of drugs, and just didn't look like it. Or even worse, if that was him amped up, if this debate performance was him amped up on piles of Adderall and Coke and stuff like that, you get some problems.
Yep.
This would basically be like a Weekend at Bernie's type situation at that point. If you're wondering where Biden is looking off to, it's the other side. That's messed up. But we'll all have to go through that, ladies and gentlemen. I've never liked Biden, but I feel so sorry for the fact he is now so ill, and he is all wed to be paraded around us with his dementia. It's like, for Joe Biden, no ill will. For everyone around him, gosh, you're awful. Whoever is around him, encouraging this and keeping him going and pushing him around to do all this stuff. My goodness, you're awful, awful, terrible people. It was the same thing with Kanye when his manic phase and he's clearly losing and he's flipping out and all these people jump in there to use him. Like, what a bunch of scumbags. The guy was mental.
Kanye, stop talking about Kanye.
You stop talking about Kanye. We have 1,000 trillionaires who all play Monopoly, so we must tax them and gain $1 quadrillion, and we can use this all on ice cream. That's pretty much a summary of the debate. Yeah, Biden being president is elder abuse. I'm not even trying to be funny. It's sad. Yeah. And again, guys, there are lots of Democratic politicians out there. Are you silenced? Are you doing that on purpose? Are you being quiet on purpose?
No, okay, no.
Okay.
It switched microphones.
Okay. Likely story. No debate Trump hyperbolic and exaggerated language. Joe lies without blinking. Charlottesville, Hitler said some good stuff. Dead soldiers are losers. Joe lies without blinking. So yeah, you're saying Trump is hyperbolic, but Joe Biden lies. To be forthright, I think they both lie. I think most politicians lie a lot. Jamie Raskin passed so this is about, she said she'd support Jamie Raskin. Jamie Raskin passed a resolution for the global repeal of blasphemy, heresy, apostasy laws. He spoke in favor of Mubarak Bala, who got 24 years for a Facebook post in Nigeria, if you're not familiar. Well, those are all very good qualities then. I'd feel bad for Biden if he hadn't scared for the rest of her life and get nearly completely pedo with his daughter in the shower. Yeah, if some of that stuff is true, that's pretty creepy stuff. Take one or two more, and then we'll jump back into the powerful debate that is convincing AP to vote Biden. This was a public humiliation ritual seen by trillions. Yes, I mean billions. Joke. This is elder abuse, and Matt Walsh says Jill is the worst wife on earth. I agree. I mean, I didn't know anything about Jill Biden until that, and that was, oh my goodness. Oh my! I will say that. I will say the same thing about any wife. If my wife knows that I'm suffering from massive dementia and that I basically have the mind of a child at some point, and she cheers me on while trying to make me president of the United States, shame on her. Shame on my future wife if she does that sort of thing.
On your future wife?
My wife in the future, if she does something like that. Shame on you in the future if you do that. It's recorded here. If you see this happening 50 years from now, and I'm all old and decrepit, and you see her, oh, come on, honey, you can do it. You can be president. Shame on you. Shame on you. Save this clip, everyone, just in case that happens. Shame. Biden clout chasing wife be like, yay, you did it, honey. The Taliban killed everyone and stole our guns. Yay, honey. That's what it seems like, right? Oh boy. All right. Let's jump back into a clip here. Oh, now we're on border control. All right.
President Trump, staying on the topic of immigration, you've said that you're going to carry out, quote, the largest domestic deportation operation in American history, unquote. Does that mean that you will deport every undocumented immigrant in America, including those who have jobs, including those whose spouses are citizens, and including those who have lived here for decades? And if so, how will you do it?
I paused here. I want to revisit that question. The reason I want to revisit that question is because, to his discredit, Trump does not answer that. Instead, he goes back to a previous question. And the reason I bring that up is I would have actually liked to hear the answer to this question. You're saying you're gonna have he's announced we're gonna have all these mass deportations. Okay, who's on your list to be deported? Is it everyone who's ever crossed the border illegally? Is it like if a 5-year-old was brought here 50 years ago and now he's got kids and grandkids and he's been working this entire time, but came over here illegally years ago? Is that where are you drawing the lines at? Who exactly are you deporting? Because there's a spectrum. You got on one end, you got like, criminals and gang members and stuff like that. On the other end of the spectrum, you have people who came here a long, long time ago, have been working, haven't caused any problems. Are you saying deport all of them because they all broke the law by crossing the border illegally? Or are you saying you're just going to deport some of them? Saying, hey, why don't you explain that to us? Trump doesn't actually answer, but let's go back to the exact question.
Immigration, you've said that you're going to carry out, quote, the largest domestic deportation operation in American history, unquote. Does that mean that you will deport every undocumented immigrant in America, including those who have jobs, including those whose spouses are citizens, and including those who have lived here for decades? And if so, how will you do it?
Brazil just scored a goal.
No one cares.
I think you would want to know this.
So he's saying,
anyway,
what are you going to do, and how are you going to do that? What exactly are you going to do? Who exactly are you going to deport? And how are you going to get that done? You're going to be rolling up on people's houses and stuff like that, families, pulling grandpa out of there because he crossed the border illegally 50 years ago. What are you going to do? Tell us exactly.
Just 1 second. He said we killed 3 people. The people we killed are al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, the 2 greatest terrorists, biggest terrorists anywhere in the world. And it had a huge impact on everything, not just border, on everything. He's the one that killed people with the bad water, including hundreds of thousands of people dying and also killing our citizens when they come in. We are living right now in a rat's nest. They're killing our people in New York, in California.
I don't want to point it out, but look at Biden when Trump is talking. It's just, it looks painful.
Yeah, it does. It looks bad. Like, what's he doing there? And he's totally spaced out. Lots of times mouth hanging open. But look at what Trump did. He came back to. So the question is, you said you're going to have mass deportations. Tell us who and how. And the response is, look at all the problems with the border.
In every state in the union, because we don't have borders anymore, every state is now a border. And because of his ridiculous, insane, and very stupid policies, people are coming in and they're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen. We call it migrant crime. I call it Biden migrant crime. They're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen before. And you're reading it like these three incredible young girls over the last few days. One of them, I just spoke to the mother. And
yeah, look at Biden. Huh?
Painful.
Wow.
They just had the funeral for this girl, 12 years old. This is horrible what's taken place. What's taken place in our country, we're literally an uncivilized country now. He doesn't want it to be.
Third world. It's third world uncivilized. Third world uncivilized country.
He just doesn't know. He opened the borders. Nobody's ever seen anything like. And we have to get a lot of these people out, or we have to get them out fast because they're going to destroy our country. Just take a look at where they're living. They're living in luxury hotels.
Where is Joe Biden? Where is he? He's like looking around. What's he looking at? There's no audience there. What is he looking at?
In New York City and other places. Our veterans are on the street. They're dying because he doesn't care about our veterans. He doesn't care. He doesn't like the military at all. And he doesn't care about our.
No, he's talking about, again, the question was, what you said mass deportations. Give us more details on what's going to happen. Tell us. And now he's on, he doesn't care. He doesn't care about the veterans, doesn't like the veterans, never liked the veterans, doesn't care.
There's nobody been worse. I had the highest approval rating for veterans taking care of the VA. He has the worst. He's gotten rid of all the things that I approved. Choice that I got through Congress, all of the different things I approved, they abandoned. We had by far the highest, and now it's down in less than half because he's done all these great things that we did. And I think he did it just because I approved it, which is crazy. But he has killed so many people at our border by allowing all of these people to come in.
There was not 1 second of actually answering the question there. And the response from Biden should have been instantly, guys, here was the question. He refused to answer. Why is that? Is it because he was ashamed of, and then go on something? Or just because he wants to deport everyone, even this 90-year-old grandpa named Juan, who came here when he was a little boy. His mom brought him across the border illegally as a baby. Juan has spent his entire life working in America, building up a business, helping his family, and this man wants to throw him back to a country he doesn't even remember. What a monster. That's how you respond. But you get nothing. Oh. Let's see. Honestly, the Irish is a bit more accurate than you think. If you break it down, a vast majority of white people have Irish heritage. Oh, I'm sure I've got some Irish. Heritage.
You know
the Irish control everything. The powerful Irish lobby in America. What?
You know what's funny though? Lots of people are not aware of this, but the largest group of among white Americans by ancestry are
Polish.
Actually German. They're currently number one in America.
Bull.
I'm serious.
Bull.
I'm serious.
You can't just say Germans, that tiny little country, just like
have been for like 50 years or so, I think. But I think that's also because originally the ones who were actually English started at some point identifying as just Americans instead of English. So the English got kind of divided, and those of German origin have consistently remained German origin. So that's why it kept growing.
When we lived in the Bronx, we lived in Wakefield, which is kind of the North Bronx, but you go across this little bridge, and then you get over to this area, which is an Irish area. But the people there, they've grown up in that area their entire lives, and they still speak with an Irish accent. You walk into a little diner and stuff like that for breakfast, and they're like, "Hey, what do you have in there? Hey," and it's all that top of the morning crap and Frosted Lucky Charms and. Yep, the Irish, they click up. Don't be turning the topic to Germans, man. What have the Germans ever done to the world? Skibbity Biden presidential rebrand win. Skibbity Biden. Do you know what that means? Skibbity.
I know that there's a meme or some weird universe of Skibbity. What's it called? Skibbity toilet, I think. I don't know what in the world that is about.
Yeah, I don't know what that means. The only Skibbity I know was from the song Rappin' Duke, where he says Skibbity bebop, we rock Scooby Doo. Guess what, America, we love you. Da. It's about as close as I can think. Criminal sociopath.
Look up Skibbity toilet. It's the best thing ever.
I'm not going to look up that ever. Criminal sociopath Wood is trying to destroy your thinking biblically. You need someone like me, Mr. Winger, who will make America think biblically again. Mike Winger will be like, let's make America think Star Trek again. We're going to make the entire country one giant Star Trek convention. That'll help. Oh, there you go. Kenneth Copeland, Mike Winger, 2024. No. Benny Hinn, Mike Winger, 2024. That's your ticket. I have type 1 diabetes. Under Donald Trump, my insulin, $130 per 3-month supply. Biden, I was charged 1 week ago at Walgreens insulin, $2,000 for 3 months. You see that, AP?
Yeah.
Says it was a 3-month supply of insulin was $130 4 years ago, and now it's $2,000. That would be nuts. That would be like unsustainable, right? Like that is a lot.
Insulin prices have been going nuts. I'm aware of that because, yeah.
Is that just companies trying to get rich? I mean, I can't imagine that.
No.
Like the cost of manufacturing it has gone through the roof like that.
No, I was following insulin prices on the market because I was investing in it a while ago, and I'm aware that they were skyrocketing, but I don't think this has much to do with the president. It's a global issue right now.
Yeah, that's always something even with the economy and so on. Like, it's always in my mind. Okay, I understand the president plays a role, but exactly how much of a role is that one person playing in the overall economy or something like that? And I don't know. Oh, hey, you have a compliment here for once. AP, you look kind of cute today, bro. Yes, homo.
Me?
Oh, yeah.
That's weird.
He didn't say no homo. He said yes, homo. Who would Mohammed and Mirza Ghulam Ahmed vote for?
Joe Biden, of course.
I would guess so. And they would declare that he's a Muslim, as were all presidents. All presidents are Muslims.
And Mohammed would start delivering revelations about Joe Biden, and they ask you about
Joe Biden. Say he is super smart, even if he doesn't seem so.
And he is a true servant of Allah, and he went to the furthest of the lands, and Allah said to him, "Go and bring justice," and he did.
Would Apostate Prophet 24? Indeed. Which one y'all voting for? AP has already said he's not voting for Joe Biden. He has not clarified beyond that. I've never voted for anyone, and I don't think I ever will. There is no Allah 411 like 4 La and Ma 415 his woof woof. I tried to read that accurately. I don't know if you're supposed to read it with the A's or the 4s. Hey, David, I put some Chat GPT thumbnails on your Act 17 community app of you sitting in a tree with Ali Dawa. Okay, I'll check those out.
That's cute.
He meant tapioca pudding. Oh, that was that taplica or whatever that came up earlier on. Biden does not have dementia. He just speaks with the beauty of the Quran. Dude, we should start saying, we should just share the clips of Biden and say he speaks with all the beauty of the Quran. Ash says, Dawood, did you ever drop the soap in prison? Lol. And what would happen if someone dropped the soap? What to do in that situation? Love you guys. Lol. Yeah, that's kind of a myth. That would not be the place to do something. Soap is slippery. I'm sure lots of inmates drop the soap. Never familiar with anyone getting banged because he dropped the soap.
It is a fact. It is a scientific fact that whenever you drop soap
Yes,
in
some
prison,
guy penetrates you.
somebody approaches, even if there's nobody around, somebody approaches and does it.
Yeah, guys, if you watch shows like Oz and so on, there are places that are definitely worse than others. I was locked up for a long time, and I only even heard about 2 cases of a guy being forced into sexual intercourse. People don't normally do that. They manipulate them into becoming their
Many such cases.
Sex thing. They come in there and they just start loaning them things and loaning them things and loaning them things. Oh, what do you need? Hey, you're new here, man. Hey, you need some cigarettes here. You need this here. You need that. Hey, you need some. You're hungry, man. Here's a box of this and that. And then just come back one day. By the way, this was all planned before the beginning. This was all planned before it ever happened. All right. So this guy plans. This guy sees a new guy coming in. Oh, I'm going to get this guy and I'm going to bang him. And so here's what I'm going to do. You just start letting the guy borrow things. And then one day you come back and say, oh, hey, yeah, you know all that stuff? Yeah, I got some debts to pay. So I need all that stuff back right now. Oh, you don't have all that stuff? You don't have all that stuff? Well, then I'm going to have to beat you down. Not because I'm trying to do something to you. Not because I'm trying to grape you. I just have to beat you down because you're not paying me my stuff back. Unless you come up with another solution, and then the guy doesn't feel like he's being graped. The guy feels like he's making a bargain to avoid getting beaten up for not paying his debts and so on. So anyway, that's how they actually do it.
The one good thing about graping is that the Dawa guys are very inclusive, and they are okay with graping on live streams during debates and things like that. Like the Dawa, perfect example. That's good.
I mean, Smiles to Jenna actually graped him in the mouth. He graped him in the mouth. Smiles to Jenna, the grapist, graped Ali Dawa right in the mouth.
This is true inclusivity, intersectionality.
Biden reminds me of Winger. Don't want to hear him. Yeah, just in this live stream alone, I have listened to more of Joe Biden than I've ever listened to of Mike Winger. And that should say something. These nuts could be Michelle Obama's campaign slogan. Why is everyone blasting? We're pointing out someone that we're thinking, okay, who could really electrify the Democratic Party if you had to toss Biden aside right now? We name someone, and then everyone comes on with mean comments.
Here is the thing. There is a whole meme, a whole joke going around about the whole gag about Michelle Obama, and it's hard to tell sometimes if the people who are bringing it up are just joking, or if they are actually seriously buying into the conspiracy. Because there are some people out there who actually suggest that Michelle Obama is a man.
And that Barack Obama's gay and got Michelle Obama.
And when somebody actually claims that, it's quite ridiculous and can't take that seriously. But I don't know if I'm supposed to laugh with them because I know they're joking, or if they're actually serious.
That is a difficulty, right? Someone could be saying it because they're serious and they believe in this conspiracy theory, or they could be making fun of the guys who have the conspiracy theory, or they could just be, saying something mean that they don't actually believe.
Yeah.
So it is difficult to decide. Anyone who subscribes to David Wood as a threat to I think this is another parody of actual debate quotes. Anyone who subscribes to David Wood as a threat to democracy, his extreme Woodlings shown what they are capable of on January 6th. And if you're having trouble voting for Winger of Wood, then you are not Christian. That's pretty good. It's pretty good campaign pitch. Kenneth Copeland pushes the demons into Joe Biden. Oh, there's things of him like blowing demons away and pushing. Anyway, weird stuff. Let's all take a minute to thank our Catholic brothers and sisters on the Supreme Court. Yeah, Roe v. Wade had to go. Sorry, everyone who doesn't agree, but that was a crap. Regardless of your position, that was a crap way to go about making laws. Irregardless. All right. Let's check out another clip. Ooh, here we go, AP. Ukraine and Afghanistan. Then we have Israel. All right.
The topic of foreign policy. I want to begin with Russia's war against Ukraine, which is now in its 3rd year. Former President Trump.
I remember when that war started, and I was like, oh, this will be over in a couple days. Here we are years later. I actually thought, okay, this will be over pretty quickly. Either Russia's just going to steamroll through there. Now, I knew Ukrainians would fight way more than, like, you know, the Afghanis fighting against the Taliban or something like that. But I just, in my mind, Russia was so powerful. So either they're going to go in there and mop the floor, or other governments are going to stop them or something like that. It would have sounded insane to me to say that this war would still be going on 3 years later.
That's what Putin thought too. Apparently, he thought that it was going to be a very quick operation. It's going to last a few days, and then we'll quickly, finish them, and then be done with it. And the West won't even have the choice or the balls to do anything about it. But that's not how it went.
Yeah, it may be different for younger people, but if you grew up in my generation, where, like, the supreme enemy of the United States is the Soviet Union, and we just think of these as super powerful, and what are they going to do against little Ukraine? So I think that was a stupid move in terms of, I'm like, gosh, you guys suck now, man. You suck.
What's so funny is that over so many years, there was always this. There were always parts of the populations who suggested that that Russia is an extremely serious threat. Could be could be stronger than America. If America and Russia went against each other, Russia could defeat America even easily, and so on. And lots of other people always thought, "What in the world are you talking about? That's nonsense." And we see it right now. We see it right now. They can't handle Ukraine with, to be fair, with the West putting in a lot of support and sending in a lot of equipment and all that. But they are essentially fighting the people of Ukraine, and they can't really handle it because military in the West, military in America, and military in Russia don't compare. In Russia, people don't go to the army because they are hired and given great standards and retirement and all that. They go there because they have to. They are part of the military forcefully under very terrible circumstances, barely have anything to eat, don't get proper payments, and so on. You can't compare these armies. And on the other hand, you have Ukraine fighting for their independence.
Mm-hmm. And whatever you agree, whatever you think about every other issue, yeah, my view of Russia's military might has gone down significantly. My view of Ukrainians' ability to stand their ground has gone up significantly. Again, I knew Ukrainians would fight way more than, like, the Afghanis would fight and so on, but did not think they'd, like, if you had said, hey, will they be able to continue fighting a 3-year war against Russia? I'd be like, well, are you insane? They're not that tough. Wrong. I haven't been here for the whole stream. Have any Trump Dawa guy comparisons been made? I don't know about the chat. We haven't made any because AP is too, he's a MAGA guy. Even Ruth Bader Ginsburg said Roe v. Wade was wrong.
It's funny how David can't decide if I'm supporting Biden or Trump.
Super duper wingaling. Golf. Who's winning? Not the wingalings. They will always be losers. Norma McCorvey, Roe v. Wade, later became a Christian and very much pro-life. Biden rizzing the Grim Reaper with this one. That's messed up. I almost understood that one. I think I had like 90% understood that one. Trump won. The vociferousness he showed displayed the human impotence towards belligerence can beat the ultra-crepidarian charlatan Joe Biden. That is the most large number of syllable words ever in a comment. All right, let's wait.
I imagine Mohammed Hijab actually sits down and does sit down and read for hours and memorize and try to repeat to himself synonyms.
Yeah.
That's what he does.
Pusillanimous. Pusillanimous. Right.
Russian President Vladimir Putin says he'll only end this war if Russia keeps the Ukrainian territory it has already claimed and Ukraine abandons its bid to join NATO. Are Putin's terms acceptable to you?
First of all, our veterans and our soldiers can't stand this guy. They can't stand.
Did you see that? Did you just see that? I'm just gonna let him talk. But hey, here's what Putin says. One, he wants the territory in Ukraine that they've already taken. So in order to end this thing, he wants the territory the Russians have already seized, and he wants guarantees that Ukraine is not going to join NATO. What do you think about this? Veterans can't stand this guy. This is awesome, man. This is awesome.
They think he's the worst commander-in-chief, if that's what you call him, that we've ever had. They can't stand him. So let's get that straight. And they like me more than just about any of them. And that's based on every single bit of information. As far as Russia and Ukraine, if we had a real president, the president that knew, that was respected by Putin, he would have never invaded Ukraine. A lot of people are dead right now, much more than people know. You know, they talk about numbers. You can double those numbers, maybe triple those numbers. He did nothing to stop it. In fact, I think he encouraged Russia from going in. I'll tell you what happened. He was so bad with Afghanistan. It was such a horrible embarrassment, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, that when Putin watched that and he saw the incompetence, that he should have fired those generals, like I fired the one that you mentioned. And so he's got no love lost. But he should have fired those generals. No general got fired for the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, Afghanistan, where we left billions of dollars of equipment behind. We lost 13 beautiful soldiers, and 38 soldiers were obliterated. And by the way, we left people behind, too.
What?
But why is he not answering the question?
Yeah, here, this is a weird situation because he's making an important point. I don't know exactly. Well, let me put it this way. So the point that he's making is that people, similar to what Russia's going through right now, that people thought Russia's this massive power. People like me thought Russia's this massive powerhouse that will just demolish a place like Ukraine with no problem at all. And then you look at it and say, whoa, they're actually weaker than we thought. He's pointing out that that's similar to what happened with the United States in Afghanistan, that everyone thinks, oh, the United States, the most powerful nation. Afghanistan, it's a joke. And then wait a minute, the Taliban actually won and made the United States leave, and in disgraceful fashion, and leaving all this billions of dollars of equipment behind. Are you serious? Are you serious? And he's saying that sent a message to the rest of the world. Guys, the United States is weaker and more incompetent than you realize. If a backwards group of guys hiding in caves can actually win against the United States of America, guess what? It could be open season right now. And he's saying that is why Putin got the idea. Just go ahead and invade. What's the United States going to do? They're weak. They're weak. They can't even deal with the Taliban. They're not going to get it. They're not going to start a fight over this. So that's the mentality. And this is actually connected to what we've been saying about Israel, as far as people saying, ceasefire. Okay, so Israel just pulls out and walks away. Right? That sends a message. In the same way Trump is saying right now that when you pull out of an area and stuff, you're sending a message to the rest of the world about what they can expect if they were to ever put you in that situation again. And so we've been pointing out, like, it would actually be bad for Israel not to finish off Hamas, because that sends a message. Hey, you can actually get away with it. You can actually go kill a bunch of people and then run and hide for several months, and then Israel will eventually give up. That would be a dangerous message. So Israel's not sending that. Israel's not sending that message. You're sending the message: we are never going to stop. We're going to relentlessly pursue people who kill our people. We're going to relentlessly come after people who've taken our hostages and so on.
Okay, but I still want to know if Donald Trump accepts Putin's conditions or not.
He does clarify that here in a little bit. So
maybe he could have answered the question actually and then gone into this. You know?
That's what he should have done, because he does give the little answer and then he again goes off on completely different topics. But he's saying that his response to hey. Are these acceptable terms for ending this war? His response is, the war never should have happened. And the war only happened because my opponent is weak. And it would have never happened if I were president, because Putin would have never tried that, which I don't know if that's true or not, but there's a plausible story here that Putin invaded because he thought America's weak because of Afghanistan. That is entirely possible.
We left American citizens behind. When Putin saw that, he said, you know what? I think we're going to go in and maybe take this was his dream. I talked to him about it, his dream. The difference is he never would have invaded Ukraine. Never. Just like Israel would have never been invaded in a million years by Hamas. You know why? Because Iran was broke with me. I wouldn't let anybody do business with them. They ran out of money. They were broke. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for anything. No money for terror. That's why you...
What? You about to say something?
I think that it's actually factually wrong to say that that Hamas wouldn't have invaded Israel or wouldn't have attacked Israel, because the October 7th attack, was apparently in the making for years.
Yeah, and hey, just to clarify, because you've been following this, back when you share those clips of Hamas leaders saying within 4 years they'll be wiped out, that was said during the Trump. So they were planning attacks during the Trump administration.
That was in 2018, where you can find them making such public statements, and you can also find them again repeatedly over the years, making such statements and saying, soon, the time is coming, soon. And Israel has been observing the borders since then forever, and expecting something to happen. But then, of course, there was a giant failure on October 7th, and they came through. But the plan was there, and it was made during Trump's time.
Now, a follow-up related question, AP. He had embedded in what he said right there the idea that because this administration gave money to Iran, that allowed them to kind of pull the trigger. And he's saying they wouldn't have pulled the trigger when they were in a more desperate situation. They wouldn't have told Hamas, yeah, go for it now, if they were in their financially weakened state. True or false? Is that correct?
I would say it's probably more likely for Iran to go ahead if they're even in a more desperate situation.
Yeah, because we're looking at it now. We're saying a lot of the reason Iran is probably doing lots of things is because they're getting desperate. So if they were even more desperate,
if they were doing well, they would probably be less likely to actually encourage this attack and the war. What they're doing is mostly what they're trying to rile up the Middle East because they are not doing very well.
So, guys, you just heard it from the Apostate Prophet here. The reason Iran is going off on everybody is because they're so weak and they have all these financial problems. So what we should do is shower them with money and power and weapons, and then they won't want to attack anyone. You just heard it here. You heard it here, folks.
Yes,
The Apostate Prophet solution to bring about world peace.
Yes, totally.
No terror at all during my administration. This place, the whole world is blowing up under him.
Dude, again, the hyperbole. No terror in the world during my administration. The entire world is blowing up under this guy's administration. You gotta love that. You gotta love the rhetoric. It's pretty hilarious.
The world is blowing up under him.
Let me back up.
You had no terror at all during my administration. This place, the whole world is blowing up under him.
President Biden?
Never heard so much malarkey in my whole life. Look, the fact of the matter is that we're in
Joe, trust me, give up the word malarkey.
a situation where, let's take the last point first. Iran attacked American troops, caused brain damage for a number of these troops.
Don't bring up brain damage ever, Joe.
He did nothing about it recently, not when he was president. They attacked. He said they're just having headaches. That's all it is. He didn't do a thing when the attack took place, number one. Number two, we got over 100,000 Americans and others out of Afghanistan during that airlift. Number three, we found ourselves in a situation where, if you take a look at what Trump did in Ukraine, this guy told Trump, do whatever you want, and do whatever you want. And that's exactly what Trump did.
Did you catch that? That he's reversing the names. He's saying, Biden told Trump, he's saying Putin told Trump, do whatever you want, and that's what Trump is doing, so he invaded. He's mixed up the, unless I completely misheard that. He's saying Trump invaded. Hang on, let's back this up. This is messed up.
Number 3, we found ourselves in a situation where if you take a look at what Trump did in Ukraine, this guy told Trump, do whatever you want and do whatever you want. And that's exactly what Trump did. To Putin encourage him to do whatever you want.
He said Putin encouraged him to do whatever you want, and that's what he did. He just said it. He said Putin encouraged Trump to do whatever you want, and that's what Trump did. Trump invaded Ukraine.
Look what Trump did in Ukraine. He said to Trump, just do whatever you want, and Trump did exactly that, and he invaded Ukraine. See,
this is not good, guys. Trump invaded Ukraine.
You want and do whatever you want, and that's exactly what Trump did. To Putin encourage him to do whatever you want.
Get out of Ukraine.
And he went in. And listen to what he said when he went in. He was going to take Kyiv in 5 days, remember?
Trump was going to take Kyiv.
Soviet Union. That's what he wanted to reestablish.
That's what Trump wanted.
Kyiv. And he, in fact, didn't do it at all. He wasn't able to get it done. And they've lost thousands and thousands of troops, 500,000 troops.
President Trump,
I never said that.
For 1 minute, I just want to go back to my original question, which is, are Putin's terms acceptable to you? Keeping the territory in Ukraine?
No, they're not acceptable.
Thank you.
Hey, I stopped it there, but that's all he said. He goes, no, they're not acceptable, but it's a war that never should have happened. It only happened because he pivoted.
Well, it's at least
he responded.
At least he said that, because in the past it sounded like he was just he wanted to kind of force Ukraine to just accept whatever conditions Russia presents and say, just make peace. You don't stand a chance, and then just bring peace to the place. But him saying that it's not acceptable is at least something.
Mm-hmm. The vociferousness he showed displayed the human impotence. That is indeed. It sounds exactly like, how did I not read that with the Jobs voice? The Democrats have ran on codifying Roe v. Wade for the last 2 decades. They never do it, even with majority House and Senate.
I don't understand the technicalities of how it would work to codify it, but it seems that it would have been an extremely complicated and difficult thing to do.
If either side could have done it, they would have. They've never been able to pull off one way or another. Biden going to preside over the Supreme Court in nothing but a diaper and a powdered wig, looking like George Washington. Pretty mean. Colonize the Supreme Court. That's what they do. Also, secular pro-life is going to brutally fact-check Joe. Even Ruth Bader Ginsburg thought Roe v. Wade was weak. Yeah, at the very least, you should agree that it was a very weak case and a very weak argument.
I went through a thing. I didn't read it all through. I kind of skimmed through it. But the New York Times made a fact checking the debate, and it's just wow. It's just a whole page full of Trump misleading, Biden misleading, Trump false, Biden mostly false, Trump mostly true, but no, mostly false. It's endless. Yeah. It's incredible.
You'd almost like a situation where you have people sitting, you have fact checkers sitting there at the debate, and every time they say something, their mic gets cut, a fact checker jumps in and says, here's proof that what this person just said is factually incorrect. Now go ahead and clarify. Something like that. But I mean, in an ideal situation, they should have been calling each other out. And they did. They were calling each other out. Oh, that's a bunch of malarkey and stuff like that. So you do need the fact checkers. But I mean, it would be good to have someone at least sharp enough to say that's false and here's exactly why. Biden, Border Patrol Union is on my side, not yours. Yeah, they responded to that. They responded to that. That was embarrassing. Meanwhile, Border Patrol Union on X, to be clear, we never have and never will endorse Biden. Yeah, that was a direct quote from them. So that was, I think that comes up in the fact check. It's officially the Dementia-crat party now. Dementia-crat party. I wonder if people are going to start saying Dementia-crat.
Yeah. I think
1%. Okay.
America should abolish the current system and start adopting European politics, European democracies. They
Well,
work.
keep in mind that's not the two-party system is not the official system. It's not like, oh, this is your system. It's just kind of what you ended up as. And anytime you have a third party, whichever party they're closest to loses, right? In other words, if you have something that's closer to the Republican Party, this was like Ross Perot when Bill Clinton ran against George Bush would have won if it was just those two. George Bush would have won. Ross Perot entered, who was more on the Republican side, split the vote, and then Clinton won. So you have that. You've had that multiple times. Like people are worried about RFK doing that with the Democrat side. So you just end up with this situation where you can't divide up. You can't divide up your party or something like this because then that side automatically loses and the opposition wins, and so you just end up with two sides to everything. And I agree. It is problematic. It is problematic.
It's terrible. It's terrible. It's not a proper democratic process. It's not.
You're not a proper democratic process.
Two sides fighting every so often. Every single time it's like, oh, if the other side gets elected, then this will be the end of America. Both sides say the same thing.
Yeah.
4 years
later,
will
be the end of American democracy if my opponent wins.
4 years later, if my opponent wins, this will be the end.
This will be the end of democracy. If my opponent wins, he's going to execute all of us. He's going to kill all of us. He's going to slaughter everyone.
But then,
and burn the Constitution.
But then, 4 years later, it changes. It turns into, if my opponent wins, this will be the end of freedom in America. Mm-hmm. And then again, 4 years later, if my opponent wins, this will be the end. This is the most important election ever in the history of the United States. People have been saying this for 200 years.
Hey, Zane. Zane gifted 10 Apologetics Roadshow memberships. Thank you, Zane. And I'm sure, hey, if you just got a free membership, everyone, thanks, Zane. He gave them to you. 1% of abortions is still tens of thousands of abortions, AP. Yeah, I don't know why you'd be fine with that. Just because it's relatively rare doesn't mean it shouldn't be addressed. Yeah, AP, stop supporting late-term abortions.
No, of course it should be addressed, but it's when one side makes the whole conversation always about that, as if that was at the core or at the center. That's where it becomes problematic.
Yeah, you'd have to say for one side, for the pro-life side, their strongest point would be about late-term abortions. Like we look at how barbaric this is. That's what they want to point to. And if you're on the opposition side, you want to your strongest point is cases of the exceptions. What about rape or incest or something like that. And then you'd want to say, why are you going to outlaw really early abortions when there could be all these various issues and so on? But the issue was Trump walked away having made his strong point, and Biden didn't. And so
Biden is a dinosaur.
Yeah,
That's why dinosaurs can't make strong positions. That's the problem. Yeah. It's quite obvious. People should understand this.
Yeah, and we should all understand that, and we can all condemn AP for his constant, endless support of late-term abortion.
This is actually so. There was a time where I was much more interested in following the political discussions. I think I don't know what happened, but at some point, I think after 2016, I got so sick of it and stopped following it and stopped following all the discussions around it. But the whole discussion around abortion was one of the issues where I thought it's such a clear example of a discussion where both sides are simply very strongly arguing that they are obviously right and that they are obviously the good ones who are obviously taking into consideration what is right and what is wrong, and the other side is obviously evil and obviously is trying to oppress people or trying to serve evil forces or whatever it is. But It's one of those situations. You actually have so many people who are pro-life will argue that that the other side actually has these ulterior evil motives, which is why they are pushing abortion and all that. But this is what almost nobody, and I'm saying almost because I'm trying to be a little bit charitable here, but I would actually say nobody. What nobody on the other side is actually thinking. And then on the pro-choice side, you have this whole idea that, oh no, we are for freedom, and we are for a woman to make her own choice. But the other side, they want to oppress women. That's why they are doing this. But that's not what the other side actually does. They don't want to oppress women. To them, it's a whole different issue. But the thing is, the discussion revolves around a topic where the values are so different fundamentally that these two sides simply can't get together and have a reasonable discussion, because the two sides have fundamentally different approaches to morality, to what is a human being, what is a soul, what is a baby, what is not a baby, what is murder, what is not murder, what is freedom, what is not freedom, and so on. It's just impossible to resolve this. I honestly don't see how you can actually get to a proper resolution in this whole discussion. And the more I listen to it, the more I just think, what's even the point? Both sides will simply argue forever that they are obviously right and that the other side is obviously wrong. That's it. It's kind of like discussing with. I'm going to give a very based example, but it's like people who eat meat trying to discuss with Hindus who are extremely anti-eating beef why it's totally fine to eat beef. You can forever say, hey, this is my right and there's nothing wrong with it. This is, beef is meant to be eaten. It is there for a purpose. It is, this will feed us. It's good. There's nothing wrong with it. But the other side will forever argue that this is absolutely evil and unacceptable and immoral, and that the other side that tries to advocate for eating meat is actually advocating for evil because they are evil. That might sound ridiculous to you, but they will hold on to that, and you will never be able to change their minds. It's kind of similar to that.
All right. What I just heard is AP saying he doesn't believe that there is a soul, and therefore a 9-month-old baby before birth doesn't have a soul, and therefore there should be no problem with late-term abortions. All right.
Yeah. What am I supposed to eat if there is no? Yeah.
Good point. Mormons believed that God was a mortal being before becoming a god, and Jesus did the exact same thing, and they can as well. LDS are Unitarians whose Bible was written by someone who didn't know Greek. Didn't know a lot of things, indeed. Second most obvious false prophet in history. My cell lead here, AP, say the eyes are the leather strap of the anus while I was at work a few weeks ago and laughed till he cried. he was playing it at work, and someone heard AP say the eyes are the leather strap of the anus.
You see.
Hey, you should play Daniel Hakikachu's defense of that if you want your the cell lead to hear that again. Mike Winger for Supreme Leader. Yeah, of what? Bruh. What? Bruh? I don't know what that's about. AP's side face would look good on a Roman coin. That's a good compliment. That's weird. That would. You could get coins made. You should make like a Roman style coin, but with your profile on it.
Because Romans had noses like that or something. I don't know.
Free Joe Rogan. Is Joe Rogan in trouble?
Probably not.
I understand the claims that Biden has a cold. It just came to me. Nasal blockage kept him from effectively huffing the concentrated Colombian powder. That would make sense. People are saying he had a cold, and he may have. I don't know. People are saying he had a cold. That was why he had some problems there. But yeah, if he had a cold and he was stuffed up, then yep, maybe he had some problems getting his meds, his special debate meds.
Yeah, I get the point. I'm looking at Roman coins right now. It's like,
yeah.
Totally.
No, you could. We should make a Roman coin of you, and you could give them out as prizes to people or something like that. All right. Hey,
Who just suggested that? That was a good point.
that was a
Thank
good
you.
point. That was a good point.
Yeah.
All right. Now for Israel, something
Thank
that
you.
we've been
Moving
talking
on to
about
the Middle
for a
East.
long time.
In October, Hamas attacked Israel, killing more than 1,000 people and taking hundreds of hostages. Among those held and thought to still be alive are 5 Americans. Israel's response has killed thousands of Palestinians and created a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. President Biden, you've put forward a proposal to resolve this conflict, but so far Hamas has not released the remaining hostages, and Israel is continuing its military offensive in Gaza.
What's up with his blank face, man?
Look at it. Oh.
So what additional leverage will you use to get Hamas and Israel to end the war? You have 2 minutes.
Number one, everyone from the United Nations Security Council straight through to the G7 to the Israelis and Netanyahu himself have endorsed the plan I put forward, which has 3 stages to it. The first stage is trade the hostages for a ceasefire. Second phase is a ceasefire with additional conditions. The third phase is the end of the war. The only one who wants the war to continue is Hamas, number one. They're the only ones standing out. We're still...
Is that even true?
It's very hard for me to follow what he's saying, but can we just listen to that?
Yeah.
Pushing hard.
You want to listen to it again, or
continue? Yeah. Okay. Just again to the last few seconds here.
Okay, I'll back it up a little bit.
Security Council, straight through to the G7, to the Israelis and Netanyahu himself have endorsed the plan I put forward, which has 3 stages to it. The first stage is trade the hostages for a ceasefire. Second phase is a ceasefire with additional conditions. The third phase is the end of the war. The only one who wants the war to continue is Hamas, number one. They're the only ones standing out. We're still pushing hard to get them to accept. In the meantime, what's happened?
It's interesting what he said. He said, I have the plan. Everyone agrees on the plan except Hamas. They refuse to hand over the hostages in favor of in return for a ceasefire. So, I mean, that is interesting. I don't know.
What actually did happen is that the Biden administration made a proposal for a ceasefire, but the proposal was the plan was one that Israel never really agreed to, and which they considered a little bit ridiculous because it implies basically that Israel would be giving up their initially declared goals in this war, and that they would have to somehow make an agreement with Hamas and trust them that all the hostages will be safely returned. Plus, they would have to get out of Gaza and leave Hamas in charge, which Israel has never agreed to. When he says that Hamas is the only side that wants to continue this war, he might have a point if he is saying that that Hamas wants to continue fighting because they will not accept being brought to justice and being disarmed and all that. But it's not really true that Israel agrees to his conditions or his plan and wants to go through with it.
Yeah,
Israel has been maintaining from the beginning that they want to that the war will end under the conditions that all the hostages are released and that Hamas has completely surrendered and is completely removed from power. So Netanyahu and Israel made it clear that there is no future where Hamas will be left in charge.
That was my understanding. That's why I asked you, because you follow this stuff more carefully than I do. But my understanding was Biden says, hey, here's the plan. And Israel is there is no ceasefire just for handing over hostages. In other words, it's not done. We're not ending this war if they hand over the hostages. No, Hamas has to be destroyed. Once that's happened, yeah. But that's not something that Hamas is going to agree to. So guess what? No one's going to agree to it because Israel's saying no, not until Hamas is destroyed, and Hamas is saying, well, if they're we're not gonna. If they're going to destroy us, then no, we're not handing over the hostages. We're keeping these hostages.
Yeah.
So, All right, let's let
Israel
Joe
were trying to
continue.
say the only thing I've denied Israel was 2,000-pound bombs. They don't work very well in populated areas. They kill a lot of innocent people. We're providing Israel with all the weapons they need and when they need them. And by the way, I'm the guy that organized the world against Iran when they had a full-blown intercontinental ballistic missile attack on Israel. No one was hurt. No one Israeli was accidentally killed, and it stopped. We saved Israel. We are the biggest producer of support for Israel of anyone in the world. And so there are two different things. Hamas cannot be allowed to be continued. We continue to send our experts and our intelligence people as to how they can get Hamas like we did bin Laden. You don't have to do it. And by the way, they've been greatly weakened, Hamas, greatly weakened, and they should be. They should be eliminated. But you've got to be careful for using certain weapons among population centers.
By the way, he actually, I mean, I don't know if this is true or not, because I don't trust a lot of things that either side is going to say until it's been fact checked. So people have criticized the Biden administration for withholding weapons transfers to Israel. He responded, said the only thing we're withholding are these 2,000-pound bombs, because if Israel drops them, they're going to kill tons of civilians that they don't need to kill. If so, that seems like a reasonable response. I don't know if it's correct, but I can see that. I can see that. No, I'm not giving you any 2,000 pounds. 2,000-pound bombs. You're just going to drop them on a city.
I'm pretty sure that the discussion there is. I don't know. I'm not entirely. I would say well versed with the whole with the agreements and the weapon equipment delivery, but the disagreement was on delivering equipment that was already agreed to, and that was part of a plan to.
Did you say fart of a plan?
Yeah, fart of a plan. I was trying to continue.
You've been watching Biden too long, man. You've been watching Biden too long.
Man, I was just going somewhere with my thoughts, but then I said, "But no, it's because I misspoke. I tried not to pay attention to it and just to keep going, but then I'm like, I got stuck and completely lost my train of thought."
Too late. That's the only zinger from this entire live stream. That's the part that gets clipped and put all over Twitter.
Man, yeah, whatever, man.
How to destroy the Apostate Prophet. Okay, here we have this is actually another part that's been clipped, is him referring to Joe Biden as a bad Palestinian or something like that. Let's check this out.
To Ukraine for 1 second. We have an ocean separating us. The European nations together have spent $100 billion, or maybe more than that, less than us. Why doesn't he call them and say, you got to put up your money like I did with NATO? I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. The Secretary General of NATO said Trump did the most incredible job I've ever seen. They wouldn't have any. They were going out of business. We were spending almost 100% of the money was paid by us. He didn't do that. He's getting all. You got to ask these people to put up the money. We're over $100 billion more spent, and it has a bigger impact on them because of location, because we have an ocean in between. You got to ask them. As far as Israel and Hamas, Israel's the one that wants to go. He said the only one that wants to keep going is Hamas. Actually, Israel is the one, and you should let him go and let him finish the job. He doesn't want to do it. He's become like a Palestinian, but they don't like him because he's a very bad Palestinian. He's a weak one.
That's pretty.
Aside from, I think we should actually play this again. But aside from being the typical Trump response and being funny in responding to what Biden is saying here, he actually represented one aspect of it correctly. Biden makes it look like, oh yeah, we figured it all out. We created a plan with a ceasefire agreement, and Hamas, rejecting it. That's why, that's why it's not working. That's not really what's happening. Israel has been very, very clear from the beginning that they only see an end to the current war in completely dismantling and disarming Hamas, whether that is by force or by surrender, and by freeing the hostages. Any other alternative to that is not acceptable to Israel. And of course, Hamas tries to act like they are actually a legitimate party to have discussions with, and they want their own nice conditions to this war. And they also demand that Israel immediately backs out of Gaza, goes back behind their borders, and everything returns to normal. And then they return the hostages, and then they will get ready to attack once again in a few years or in a few months. Obviously, that's not going to work out. And Trump is accurately actually pointing out here that that Israel does want to continue the war, because they should continue the war, because their goal is to destroy Hamas, because that is the only reasonable solution here. There is no future, there is no peaceful future with Hamas still in charge of Gaza. It is not possible. It is short-sighted and stupid. Israel should be fully going through with this, shouldn't be stopped by the rest of the world, should be going through with this and should destroy Hamas. That's the only way this can be resolved.
Yeah, guys, so everyone get your minds around this. The reason there's still a war going on after all these months is because, on the one hand, Israel is saying we are not stopping until Hamas is destroyed and we get our hostages back. And so Hamas understands, wait a minute, there is no end to this until we're destroyed. Therefore, we can just keep going. We just need to keep going as long as possible. And so that's why things are going the way they are. I think if Israel would say, okay, we're going to pull out and let things go back to the way they were and Hamas is in charge, I think Hamas would accept those conditions, but that would just be ridiculously stupid on the part of Israel. And that's why they're not doing it. They don't want to send that message to future generations of jihadis. And so Biden, no one cares about your plan here because it has nothing to do with reality. But yes. Wait, you said you wanted to. Oh wait, hang on. I got a tweet by Sneeko here because Trump just called him a Palestinian, but a bad Palestinian. Here's Sneeko. Sneeko said, "Someone in this world-class, world champion political commentator Sneeko said someone in Trump's circle needs to tell him Palestinian is not an insult. This blatantly reveals his view on the genocide. Disappointing." Free Palestine. Thank you. Someone had to say it, Sneeko.
What a moron, Sneeko. This is the funny thing. There is this circle of these idiots right now, like Sneeko and some of the other the gropers and the other people who are kind of dissenting from the conservative view and going all anti-Jew and anti-Israel and saying, oh, Israel is evil, free Palestine. And these people, many of them will actually change their views on the conflict once Trump is president, and he then declares his support for Israel and actually gives his support to Israel. Many of these people who are currently totally anti-Israel and pro-Palestine, they will change. They will change. They just like to go against the flow. They like to go against the current. They like to be the opposition, but they also support Trump. And if Trump does what he does, then they will change as well. And these people should know. Trump has been historically viewed as a very pro-Israel president. It is Trump who also did the whole thing, the embassy. Moving the embassy to Jerusalem. We saw that when we went there, right? And he's very much respected and honored for that. So not sure what these idiots are expecting.
Yep. But you said you wanted to see that part again, so let me rewind it a little bit.
And it has a bigger impact on them because of location, because we have an ocean in between. You got to ask them, as far as Israel and Hamas, Israel's the one that wants to go. He said the only one who wants to keep going is Hamas. Actually, Israel is the one, and you should let him go and let him finish the job. He doesn't want to do it. He's become like a Palestinian, but they don't like him because he's a very bad Palestinian. He's a weak one.
President.
What a weird.
It makes me kind of happy to see Trump say that Israel wants to keep going and they should. So
yeah, that could have gone in multiple ways. He could have said, "No, Israel's the one that wants to keep going," and then left it at that. But to add on, and they should. In other words, he just put his foot down and said Hamas needs to be destroyed, and there shouldn't be any ceasefires or anything else until Hamas is destroyed.
Biden, you have a minute.
I've never heard so much foolishness. This is a guy who wants to get out of NATO. Are you going to stay in NATO? He's going to pull out of NATO.
Now, did you catch that? That's something people are pointing out. He asked him, "You going to pull out of NATO?" And he goes like that.
I heard so much foolishness.
Watch this.
This is a guy who wants to get out of NATO. Are you going to stay in NATO? He's going to pull out of NATO.
Yeah.
His face.
I've seen people respond to this that Trump's goal is to have European nations paying what they're required to pay to support NATO, and that he's a negotiator. So the theory is that he doesn't want to pull out of NATO. He just wants to make it seem like that's a totally good option to pull out of NATO unless they start paying money. But I don't know. I don't know the details.
The idea that we have our strength lies in our alliances as well. It may be a big ocean, but we're ever able to avoid a war in Europe, a major war in Europe? What happens if, in fact, you have Putin continue to go into NATO? We have an Article 5 agreement. Attack on one is attack on all. You want to start the nuclear war he keeps talking about, go ahead. Let Putin go in and control Ukraine and then move on to Poland and other places.
You just heard it. That would start a nuclear war, folks.
You see what happens then. He has no idea what the hell he's talking about. And by the way, I got 50 other nations around the world to support Ukraine, including Japan and South Korea, because they understand that this kind of dislocation has a serious threat to the whole world peace. No major war in Europe has ever been able to be contained just to Europe.
Trump quite recently said that that the U.S. under his administration has no plan to dismantle or leave NATO, but that the U.S. is definitely part of NATO, and that NATO is strong together, as long as, however, European nations keep up their responsibilities and contribute to it, other than America just running it and funding it.
President Trump, just to follow up, would you support the creation of an independent Palestinian state in order to achieve peace in the region?
Would you support the creation? I don't recall what he said, but I'm wondering if he's going to answer. Would you support the creation of an independent Palestinian state?
I'd have to see, but before we do that, the problem we have...
Did you see what he just said? I'd have to see. And then he goes on, right? But which, by the way, is correct. Matter of fact, that would be my answer. That would be my answer. If you said, hey, would you support the creation of an independent Palestinian state? We got to see what the deal is, and what the status, and what the deal's going to be, and what precautions are going to be taken. You need to see a lot. You'd have to see a lot of changes. You'd have to see a lot of changes in that area, and there would have to be all kinds of precautions before you could even think about that. So guess what? What he just said, I was about to point out, he just pivoted to another topic and so on, but what else could you say? I'd have to see. We'd have to see what changes are made to see if that's even possible. But he goes on.
See Al-Lat and Al-Manat, Al-Uzza.
Of an independent Palestinian state in order to achieve peace in the region?
I'd have to see, but before we do that, the problem we have is that we spend all the money. So they kill us on trade. I made great trade deals with the European nations, because if you add them up, they're about the same size economically. Their economy is about the same size as the United States. And they were no cars, they don't want anything that we have, but we're supposed to take their cars, their food, their everything, their agriculture. I changed that. But the big thing I changed is they don't want to pay. And the only reason that he can play games with NATO is because I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. I said, and he's right about this, I said, no, I'm not going to support NATO if you don't pay. They asked me that question, would you guard us against Russia, at a very secret meeting of the 28 states at that time, nations at that time. And I said, no, if you don't pay, I won't do that. And you know what happened? Billions and billions of dollars came flowing in the next day and the next months.
So in your face, naysayers.
Based,
very based. Some super chats here. Shawnee says, oh, we're on Jamie Raskin again. Someone I never heard of, but it's become an important political figure in the super chats. Jamie Raskin has walked out of intelligence briefings and completely lied about what was said. The man needs to be removed. So we have someone supporting Jamie Raskin and now the opposition.
My big problem with Jamie Raskin is that I don't like his name.
Yeah, dumb name. Time to drop the charade. Biden. Jamie can be a girl's name. Time to drop the charade, but unlike David or Ridvan, real men's names. Time to drop the charade, Biden fans. It's all over. Oh, yeah. I think that's what's it. They are dropping the charade. Like watching after the debate and them saying this was a disaster and so on, and like being realistic about it and actually saying, how are we going to get him to step aside? Instead of just, wow, he did such a great job.
Most viewers said Trump was much better than Joe Biden, regardless of political affiliation. Democratic voters also said Biden did terribly, horribly. Nobody actually thinks he did a good job. I haven't seen a single person actually say that Biden was good.
I heard Mike Winger writes doctrinally sound VeggieTales fan fiction. Also heard that he was seen riding a horse with both legs over one side. None of that would be surprising to me when it comes to that guy. Let's go, AP. Brazil scored. Now they only need 6 more to make up for the 7-1 against Germany. Gosh, people still watch that stupid sport, if we can even call it a sport.
It's the only actual sport people in the world care about. Nobody cares about your college thing that you play at the college where you run around with a ball and bump into each other and then have brain damage for forever. Nobody cares about that. Football means you play with your foot.
Yeah, and end up with a score of 1-0 in triple overtime.
Right now, actually,
so exciting. So exciting. But hey, when someone eventually scores a goal because everyone's like the goalie passed out because he's so bored, then we'll try and make it look exciting by just going goal and stupid people cheer for that crap. It's like, gosh.
What's funny is that with your yelling there, I think the microphone, something happened in the system where it started adjusting the volume to fix things. It was kind of funny.
Powerful. Yeah. The look on Biden's face just screams, "My trousers are a disaster." That's false.
Yeah.
The look on his face screams, "I'm super confident and ready to lead the most powerful nation on earth." Joe Biden is staring straight at you.
Joe Biden.
Skibbity bebop, lipo, I'm a skate man. Skibbity bitty papa lepo, I am a skate man. Lo. No idea what you're talking about. Third SOS, AP, can a common cold last for months? I've had a cold for months. But I also don't sleep much, so I think my immune system.
As a medical doctor, I must say that I don't think so. But it can.
Hey, maybe we should get the Ahmedi doctors to answer for us. Well, Mirza Ghulam Ahmed says no, so it doesn't matter what the evidence actually says. I know you see somehow the world will change for me. Tukai cannot. Who said a golden shower under a golden sunshine? What is this? I don't know.
What's happening?
Nuttis has your weird sense of humor. You know you won't be free until you yap while capping and see it through to the mugging. So make it right and feel so wonderful and be so wonderful. This is one of AP's fans. This is why we try to quarantine them to AP's channel. Lars says, love to hear.
Said something about UFC. watching you. No, I do watch football right now. I mostly focus on the
You mean
Euro.
soccer?
Look at this. At the European, the European Championship, but I'm also following the Copa America, which is what I'm viewing on the side right now. UFC, no. I would watch UFC if I was gay, probably.
Wait, so you watch literally the gayest sport in the history of humanity, but not the most masculine sport in the history of humanity?
Why are you being so insulting and so degrading to
You
people's
said
choices?
some nonsense first. I corrected you.
No,
Gosh.
I'm not saying it as something bad. I'm saying if I was gay, even if I was interested in watching a bunch of naked men touching each other and grabbing each other and all that, I would probably watch UFC as well. I understand why all the gay men like to watch it, but and I respect that. I have nothing against it. Don't
My son,
misrepresent me. I'm just saying I don't like it. You know, it's a personal preference.
my son Blaze wrestled all through high school. Eventually became the captain of the wrestling team there. But he said after he started one day, right after he started, he came home all sweaty and mangled and said, "I feel like wrestling is the manliest of all sports, but simultaneously the gayest." And I was like, it kind of, I don't know, kind of made sense. A bunch of sweaty guys rolling around on the floor together. Love to hear. Hey, what is this? Love to hear DT describing Mike Winger as the worst person. Who's DT?
David Tood.
David Tood. Presidential debates are for chest thumping, not expositing ideas. Google self-deportation. The idea is to enforce existing law on E-Verify. Pretty sure Trump said it in 2016, though the idea is older. Yeah, AP would have to check that out. I will make you change your mind about bussing because I'm not going through it. I'm not going through it.
That's bussing.
AP's fans get overlooked. Some insulin shots are being used for weight loss now. Supply going down, making the price go up, and especially when your insurance doesn't cover it fully. So I guess that's a theory about why the prices are going up. If so, that's massively screwed up. If people are using it and then the price for people who actually need it is skyrocketing.
I know that there are different things. There is currently the controversy around Ozempic, which people are taking, which is normally for diabetes, but people are taking it for weight loss, and thereby really making it unavailable and driving up the prices for everybody else, for all those people who need it. Mm-hmm. Same thing is happening with a lot of different things like the major insulin providers, I think.
Weird stuff. I'd rather drop the soap in prison and a prison shower than drop the soap around Muhammad. That's true. Here we go. Big Mike gonna move in on Biden. We still in the prison? These are the prison jokes from earlier. Hi, loves you guys. Just to let you know that Mike Wingeling has a floating globe, a cat cam, and he's a massive fan of The Lord of the Rings. I think all that's true. Like he actually has a cat cam that will cut away to his cat at random times. And that is the single nerdiest lame thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Can't wait for Jordan Peterson and Tommy Robbins. Oh, hey, yeah, Tommy's in Canada. Are they going to have a discussion? Are they sitting down? Did they do that already? Did I miss that?
I don't know. He is going around seeing a bunch of people. Not sure if he can freely move around right now. Isn't he contained to a certain area at the moment? I don't know.
No, I believe he got released. He said he's in Toronto. He won.
Really?
Yeah, he won in the court. Yeah.
Okay.
So they tried messing around with him, and he said that guy, was it Ezra Levant or something like that? Anyway, the guy helped him. He said he got him the best lawyers, and they went in there and crushed it. So that's
good. There is one controversy which he already caused, which is making news in Canada right now. There is an Iranian Canadian woman who is a conservative politician in Ontario, and so apparently she met up with Tommy when he went there. Tommy Robinson when he went there, and she made a post saying, "Hey, it was very nice to meet you," and
Oh,
so
I did see
on.
that.
And the
She got in
Muslim
trouble.
Council, started complaining, "We cannot believe that an elected representative is meeting up with an Islamophobe like Tommy Robinson," and so on. And as a result of that, the Conservative caucus of Ontario actually expelled her and removed her from the caucus because of this, because she met up with Tommy Robinson. That's it. It's ridiculous, and
It's
it's
pathetic.
just because a Muslim council complained about it.
Yeah, they came across as weak with that one, guys. This is how talk about manipulation. This is how they manipulate people. It's like, hey, here's a guy, and he's making some important points and has a lot of people behind him, and you greet him and, oh, did you know that he's an Islamophobe? And, oh, please forgive me. The response should be, wait a minute, I'm not supposed to support him because he has a problem with Islam, but I'm supposed to support your prophet who had sex with a 9-year-old girl. Explain that. That's how you should do it, right? Wait a minute. If I should have a problem with Tommy over anything he's ever done in his entire life, go through his entire life, list everything he's ever done. Then we'll list the things that Muhammad did. And you're saying I should be against this guy for these things, but I should be for this guy, even though he's done things that are like 1 trillion times worse? That's how the response should be. And people would actually respect you more if you take a stand instead of backing down every time someone goes, oh, but that's an Islamophobe. And you go, oh, what? An Islamophobe? No, please control me. I'll be your puppet. Freaking cowards.
What's funny is I actually I was in contact with that politician who was just expelled before. I'm checking right now. I messaged with her way back in April and said, hey, would you like to join me for a discussion on the current things? And she said, yeah, let's arrange something. So it's quite funny that this is happening right now. Maybe I can just invite her and talk about this.
Yeah, well, it's not going to happen because you're an Islamophobe. Ooh, burn. Hey, speaking
she stood by it. She just said, after she was expelled, she said, well, whatever.
Hey, check this out. Here's the old age clip. They asked him about being so old. Glad they asked that, right? Because it's kind of a weird question to ask. Hey, you guys are so old. We have to ask this because a lot of people are concerned. You guys are so freaking old. What are you going to do? And then these guys start talking about who's got the best golf game and all that stuff.
Who's old?
This is the debate, man. They're asking them about Trump and Biden being so old, and then they start trying to prove that they're the most virile. Check this out.
Let's turn to concerns that voters have.
What?
People are saying that Trump and Biden are old?
Yeah, I know it's weird because they're super young, but they bring this up as a concern. But their responses, I haven't watched the entire responses. I saw part of it, and then so I grabbed the clip, but this is hilarious.
Let's turn to concerns that voters have about each of you. President Biden, you would be 86 at the end of your second term.
Gosh, 86.
How do you address concerns?
True story. Hats off for making it to 86.
About your capability to handle the toughest job in the world well into your 80s?
Well, first of all, I spent half my career being criticized being the youngest person in politics. I was the second youngest person ever elected to the United States Senate, and now I'm the oldest. This guy's 3 years younger and a lot less competent.
That's actually good. That's actually a good little burn there. This guy's 3 years younger and way less competent. I like it.
That's the first time that he actually.
Yeah, he should have had those. He should have had those sick burns, those little burns, just throughout, and it would have affected people's perception.
That's funny. I react like this when Trump does these things. This is the first time that I'm actually reacting to Biden saying something like that.
Guys, whoever's side you're on, a good little jab is a good little jab, regardless.
Look at the record. Look at what I've done. Look how I've turned around the horrible situation he left me. As I said, 15 million new jobs, 800,000 manufacturing jobs, more investment in America, over billions of dollars in private investment in enterprises that we are growing. By the way, we brought an awful lot of people. The whole idea of computer chips. We used to have 40% of the market. We invented those chips, and we lost it because he was sending people to find the cheapest jobs
The
overseas.
question is about you being
and a
so
big global
old, dude.
product. So I went to South Korea. I convinced Samsung to invest billions of dollars here in the United States. And
Look at Trump.
guess what? Those fabs, they call them, to build these chips, those fabs pay over $100,000. You don't need a college degree for them. And there's billions, about $40 billion already being invested and being built right now.
Why
in
are
the
you
United
so
States,
old? That
creating
was the question.
Significant jobs for Americans
Hey,
all over the world.
you know what's funny?
Well,
You look at Trump's face, and what I see looking at his face is he already knows how this is being viewed. So he's just smirking and doing the face of like, "You guys seeing this?"
indeed.
President Biden, you have 40 seconds left. Would you like to add anything?
He ends and they go, you got 40 seconds left. You want to wrap up you want to add anything?
Yeah, I would. The idea that somehow we are this failing country. I never heard a president talk like this before. We're the envy of the world. Name me a single
Are you
major
too old?
country
That was the
president
question.
who wouldn't trade places with the United States of America for all our problems and all our opportunities. We're the most progressive country in the world in getting things done. We're the strongest country in the world. We're a country in the world who keeps our word, and everybody trusts us. All of our allies and those who he coddles up to, from Kim Jong-un, who he sends love letters to, and Putin, etc. They don't want.
See, that's it. That was another one. That was another one. He should have done that the entire time. He goes, Kim Jong-un, he sends love letters to. What? Dude, should have been doing that all along.
Screw around with us.
Thank you. Former President Trump, to follow up, you would be 82 at the end of your second
It was
term.
kind of funny it was kind of funny that Trump was actually publicly flirting with Kim Jong-un when he was president. It was a funny thing to.
Hey, you're way hotter than Melania. Because I like Asians.
What do you say to voters who have concerns about your capabilities to serve?
Well, I took 2 tests, cognitive tests. I aced them, both of them, as you know.
He goes into the cognitive test that Joe Biden won't take. That's funny.
We made it public. He took none. I'd like to see him take one, just one, a real easy one. Like go through the first 5 questions. He couldn't do it.
Take an cognitive test. I took 2 cognitive tests. I passed them. They said they'd never seen anyone with greater cognitive abilities than me. They said it was their all-time greatest test. I took the hardest ones. I said, hey, don't give me an easy cognitive test. Give me the hard ones. Give me the real deal. Give me the ones that are made for geniuses. They said I did better than anyone else in the history of humanity. That's what they said. This guy, he could answer one question. He would pass out. His brain would explode.
This makes me think of Trump's tweet back then. I just looked it up. November 11, 2017. Trump said, "Why would Kim Jong-un insult me by calling me old when I would never call him short and fat?"
I love those kind of burns. That's funny.
Oh, well, I try so hard to be his friend, and maybe someday that will happen.
Now that's funny stuff. That's high quality funny stuff. But I took 2 cognitive tests. I took physical exams every year. And, you know, we knock on wood wherever we may have wood, that I'm in very good health. I just won 2 club championships, not even senior, 2 regular club championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart, and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way. And I do it. He doesn't do it.
He's, as far as his age, he's bragging about winning a championship on his golf course.
I have to be able to hit the ball a long way, and I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. I think I'm in very good shape. I feel that I'm as in good a shape as I was 25, 30 years ago. Actually, I'm probably a little bit lighter, but I'm in as good a shape as I was years ago. I feel very good. I feel the same. But I was willing to take a cognitive test. And you know what? If I didn't do well, I aced them. Dr. Ronnie Jackson, who's a great guy when he was White House doctor. And then I took another one, a similar one. And one of them said they've never seen anybody ace them.
Thank you.
He actually did it. I aced the cognitive test, and I was told nobody's ever aced this test before. That's how smart I am. Oh, and I won a golf championship multiple times. So all your concerns are invalid and unjustified.
President Biden?
You can see he is 6'5" and only 223 pounds, or 235 pounds. Well, you said 6'4", 200. Well, anyway, that's what anyway, just take a look at what he says he is. take a look at what he is. Look, I'd be happy to have a driving contest with him. The reason I got my hand.
He's talking about having a driving contest, not in a car, ladies and gentlemen, with a golf club. He's challenging Trump to have a driving contest, see who can hit the ball, because Trump said he couldn't hit a ball 50 yards, and these are the candidates for president of the United States, ladies and gentlemen, talking about who can hit a ball the farthest.
Have a driving contest with him. The reason I got my handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a 6. And
he's talking about his golf handicap, which I still don't know what that means, but he's saying he got his handicap down to a 6. All right.
What I told you before, I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it?
Did you see this? He said, I'd be happy to play golf with you if you could carry your own bag. Do you think you could do it? This is awesome.
President, down to a 6. But by the way, I told you before, I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it?
That's the biggest lie. He's a 6 handicap of all.
I was an 8 handicap.
Yeah.
8. But I have,
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Okay, let's
not act like children.
President Trump, we're going to.
Did you catch that? Trump said, let's not act like children. This is Donald. If Trump says you're acting. Look, watch it.
Play it again.
Here it goes.
It's an 8 handicap.
Yeah.
8. But I have,
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Okay, let's
not act like children.
President Trump, we're going to.
Let's not act like children.
If Trump is, it's Donald Trump saying, let's not act like children. Oh boy, this is wow.
Bad situation. But the thing is, I'm stuck on one thing though. Did he just make a joke about a boner?
Where?
Did he just make a wood joke when he said he said something like knock on wood wherever we may have wood or something like that? What does that mean?
I don't know. Hey Joe, want to come over here and knock on wood?
He said, "Knock on wood wherever we may have wood."
Oh,
what does that mean? What does it even mean? That sounds like he's making a little joke there. I don't know.
Don't know. Is Russia or China more dangerous to America?
China. I would say China.
I would say China long term. We've all seen China's on the upswing. Russia's got other problems to deal with, and they can't even deal with Ukraine.
I think China is just not actively being an actual danger because, contrary to popular belief, they are much more about the Chinese geography and their integrity in that region and staying strong in that region. Russia is a more imperialist country that has this whole thing. We are the leaders. We are the leaders. But China is much more serious, I would say, as an opponent. If it came down to it, Russia is kind of a joke.
Yeah, I would say the greatest threat to America is America. In other words, if you're going to have a problem with Russia or China, it's because America screwed up.
I would say it's the Irish.
Yeah, that and the Irish and the Jews. The fear of Russia is their nukes. Standard ground war was never a fear. I mean, it was back in the day. If you had to invade Russia, that never worked out well for people. People aren't voting for Biden. They're voting against Trump. I doubt this debate will have significant impact.
It's a stupid debate.
I think you're wrong. This will have significant impact because whatever the case was going to be, it was going to be pretty close. And so any shift or doubts about Biden can shift that. The point is you don't need to shift much. You need to shift by, if things shift by a percentage or two, that's a huge difference several months from now. But
what doubts, man?
I don't know. I think you just hurt a lot of people's opinion of Biden, who, again, like 4 years ago, he came out stronger than lots of people anticipated. Here, that didn't happen again. He came out way weaker than anyone thought, including Trump. Trump thought he was going to come out all hyped up on cocaine, whatever, Adderall, whatever, and didn't. Imam Biden getting abrogated after this.
Yeah.
He will be abrogated. Biden is like Elmer Fudd chasing Bugs Bunny. Elmer Fudd chasing Bugs Bunny. That's funny. Biden didn't sign up for a slaughter, but Trump said, "Hey, dementia, you're going nowhere. I got Biden for 90 minutes of playtime." We can settle this debating with a golf tournament since both candidates seem to be lying. America's future resting on a penalty stroke. That would be funny if they actually said, "Hey, we can't. We're both liars. We're both lying. So let's just settle this with the golf game." Baron Trump is 6'9". He's going to be our Gen Z king, is he? He's not 6'9", is he?
What?
Never heard that. That's taller than hijab. Muhammad tries to explain how he's a prophet. Jews and Christians.
Whoa, it's true.
Is he?
6'9".
He's 6'9".
What the hell?
How's he not playing basketball? Muhammad tries to explain how he's a prophet. Jews and Christians. I don't know what he just said, and frankly, I don't think he did either. Indeed. David, question. Who is most decroded? A, Biden, or B, Roe v. Wade, or C, AP? Roe v. Wade. B, most decroded. Feeling better. Hey, Solaria, feeling better. Glad to be here, even if late. Yes, we remember you were all suffering from a stomach bug. Good that you're back. David, did you do woodworking in prison? And if so, then why aren't your bookshelves handmade like Mike Winger's? I'm starting to think you are the nerd. This is obviously a joke. Mike Winger gets his bookshelves from IKEA. Mine are all handmade from the materials I got at the hardware store. Did I do woodworking? No. My trade was learning to weld. I can weld. I've never used it since I've been out, but if required to do so, I could take two different pieces of metal and make them one piece of metal. I can turn two pieces of metal into one piece of metal. That is a skill that I have. And you're a nerd for saying it, Silas. Have you all seen the statistic that Albania's Muslim population is now under 50%? First time in decades. Cheers. Yes, I think I saw that earlier today. You recall that, AP? It dropped like 11% since the last census, which is interesting because that normally doesn't happen because of higher Muslim birth rates.
It's no surprise to me. Normally, in most countries where Muslims are a minority among a non-Muslim population, they increase and take over. This is the shift that happens in many countries. Albania is quite different. Albania has never had a proper Muslim mentality and a Muslim way of thinking and living. Even the religious Muslims in Albania are not very, very, very Muslim. They're also one of the populations that don't really go with the general Muslim trend in wherever they stand in terms of geopolitics, for example. And it has always been a great mix. I'm actually surprised it took this long. I thought it was already mostly non-Muslim.
Yeah, if I recall these statistics that I saw earlier, the Muslim population was reduced by something like 11 to 11.5%, somewhere in there. The Catholic population dropped slightly by like 1.5% or something like that. The Orthodox population rose slightly by like 0.5%, but the non-religious, that was the big jump that accounts for what happened. If 11% of the Muslim population dropped, then that went somewhere, but they mostly went to the non-religious category.
Yes, that's true. Albanians don't care much about religion in general.
Yeah, they're dumb.
That's the thing. They don't care. They have their relationship with religion is kind of ambivalent. They have had this whole thing where they're trying to exist as these independent, unique people, but they're being told to convert to this religion and that religion. They're like, just leave me alone, man. They've also been known as drinkers forever, which is actually people also say that about Bosnia. I think that that's the dilemma in Bosnia is that they are Muslims, but they also like to drink a lot. So
why are you talking trash about Albanians, man?
Albanians are based. Best criminals, best gangs in Europe.
Did David Wood's beard have the same effect as Riker's beard? Must be a Mike Winger fan because he's here asking Star Trek questions. Joe was meant to be on some Coke, but sadly Hunter found it first and replaced Joe's with Parmesan cheese, so that's why Biden was so out of it. That would explain things. Check out Black HX at wallbuilders.com and what Frederick Douglass stated of day 3, month 0, stay away from party of death. Prayers for USA. God is sovereign, in charge of rise and fall of nations.
USA.
Cameron said, besides Islam, crazy Mormon stuff is my second favorite obsession. Do ex-Mormons and ex-Muslims ever talk or collaborate? Much overlap or different barrel of fish? Lot of overlap. I've seen that from lots of people who study both. They bring up the similarities, but I've never studied Mormonism much enough to really comment. But it would be good to sit down with someone who knows a lot about Mormonism and bring up the comparisons.
I actually talked to an ex-Mormon on my channel before.
Oh, that make you feel strong? Ooh, now I can attack Mormons too. Ooh, look at me. Nice Mormons who show up and just speak nicely and ride their little bicycles and show up in button-up shirts. And it's like a 17-year-old with Elder Jones sitting on his shirt.
Yeah.
You're gonna pick on these 17-year-old kids, huh? And make you feel tough, make you feel strong.
Yeah.
Picking on little 17-year-olds.
Yes, I actually have a live stream still on my channel with an ex-Mormon, so you can find that ex-Muslim and ex-Mormon talk. It was quite funny.
Pretty rude. Oh, this is an important comment. Nobody cares about commie ball. That's true. That's true. It's a situation where like everyone thinks that they care about it, and so they all act like they care about it, but they don't really care about it. Did you guys see, I saw the link to it. I didn't actually watch it. You familiar with this? Did you guys see Open to Debate's video, Is Islam Anti-Semitic? Reza Aslan versus Tim, can't remember his last name. Rabbi Shmuley showed up a moment.
That sounds like a horrible event, but I'll check it out.
I might want to check that out too. I'm not sure which Tim this is, but Rabbi Shmuley apparently thinks that if you're like Islam and Judaism are good buddies, but that there are Muslims who don't realize, like they're bad Muslims. They don't realize that Islam is all about peace and tolerance or something like that. Sounds like that's what he's thought in the past. I'm wondering if the past year has changed his perception.
When I heard him say that Islam is actually, Islam is not at fault, Islam is a good religion and all that, I thought, it sounds a little bit dumb. That's a little bit of a dumb thing to say, a little bit irresponsible. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm seeing it right now. Is Islam anti-Semitic? 1 hour discussion.
10,000.
That's it.
Yeah, we can review that. I can guarantee you, Reza Aslan is spouting some complete nonsense.
That guy's
can't stand that dude. He's one of the worst. He's one of the worst of the worst.
Literally.
Quite frankly, yes, Biden should step aside. Honestly, I'd prefer if both would. That would be the healthiest option for the polity. Unlikely, sadly. Yeah, I actually prefer candidates who, if they win, even the opposing side is going to respect them. So there were Democrats who respected Ronald Reagan. There were Republicans who respected, Bill Clinton, apart from the Monica Lewinsky stuff. You had people who could say, okay, even though this guy won and he's not our guy, we can still respect him.
Why do you have to bring up Monica Lewinsky? Why
don't you have to bring up? The issue, Solaria, is I'm not sure you can have that anymore. Because as populations polarize, people aren't going to want to elect someone unless the person is completely reprehensible to the other side. You don't want a candidate that the other side might have the slightest bit of respect for. You want someone who is going to be a complete abomination to the other side. You want someone that's going to enrage the other side. I think that's where we are right now. So it wouldn't. You could get rid of Trump and Biden right now. The replacements would be people who are the devil to the other side.
But the people...
Don't say it. Royal here says, for the first time in 200 years, as Albania is no longer considered... Oh, yeah, another comment. For the first time in 200 years, Albania is no longer considered a majority Muslim country, according to a 2023 census. Congratulations. Yet, neither is Iran. So things can change, ladies and gentlemen. Iran is no longer a Muslim majority country. Albania no longer a Muslim majority country. Let's get all the other so-called Muslim majority countries to non-Muslim majority countries.
Let's get the party started. Well, the thing is, I would be celebrating it if it was a different country. But the thing is, I never really considered Albania a Muslim country. I mean, I grew up with Albanians around me.
What is your problem with Albania, man? Everything you say about Albania is negative.
I knew about Albanians. I know the history of Albania a little bit, pretty much. I know the culture of Albania, and most people don't look at it and see a Muslim country or a Muslim culture. It's very, very detached from Islam. Yeah, that's it. You have to check out the culture and stuff that comes out of Albania. Nothing to do with Muslim culture. Totally detached. So, yeah.
Or but is it so Muslim?
But they still have the best crime rings, best crime stuff, best like when it comes to, for example, in Europe, if you want to steal a car, for example, and do something with it, definitely always Albanians best choice.
No, you guys hear about Archbishop Vigano excommunication trial for calling the Pope a buster? Bro has been going off. No, not familiar with that at all. That is interesting. If you get excommunicated for calling the Pope a buster.
I think if your name is Vigano, you should be excommunicated by default.
I was thinking that was a cool name. I like the name Vigano. And you're like, oh no, you should be excommunicated. Biden needs the device that Hans Niemann used to cheat in his chess match. I don't think that would work for a debate. What is AP's fan showing up here again for? So wake up the members of my nation. It's your time to be. There's no chance unless you take one, and the time to see the brighter side of every situation. What's the brighter side? It's all darkness and pain. Oh, wow. Actually caught one of these. Keep up the good work. We will. Clever Trump erectile joke, utterly based. Talk about the wood thing?
Yeah.
Trump during cognitive test. Person, woman, man, camera, TV. Oh, cognitive test. Person, woman, man, camera, TV. That's it. You passed. Wow. I aced it. I aced the entire thing. Like to hear Trump describing Mike Winger as the worst nerd. Dude, I said I've never voted. I said I've never voted in my life. My dad never voted in his life. In order to even vote, I would have to apply for my rights back because I'm a convicted felon. And I don't think I'm ever going to see a political candidate that I like enough to make me want to do that. But I'll say it here. If Donald Trump declares that Mike Winger is the worst nerd ever, I will apply for my rights back and I would vote for him in a heartbeat because someone needs to do that. All right, AP, we just got the conclusions here. Let's check out these conclusions.
Drop YouTube said AP stands for active president. That's not true. It actually means American president.
American president. American president. AP, the American president.
It is now time for the candidates to deliver their closing statements as predetermined by a coin toss. We're going to begin with you, President Biden. You have 2 minutes.
2 minutes. He knew it was coming. He knew it was coming. I've not watched. I'm trying to think if I've seen. I do not recall what they said in the concluding statements, but you knew the concluding statements were going. So this is something you could have thoroughly prepared ahead of time. So this is what would be thoroughly prepared here.
We've made significant progress from the debacle that was left by President Trump in his last term. We find ourselves in a situation where, number one, we have to make sure that we have a fair tax system. I ask anyone out there in the audience, or anyone out watching this debate, do you think the tax system is fair? The fact is that I said nobody even making under $400,000 had a single penny increase in their taxes, and will not. And if I'm reelected, that'll be the case again.
Yeah, I guess they're pointing this out because of the cold, but I keep wondering why is he whispering? Why is he whispering? Why is he whispering? But yeah, I mean, you should be spitting hot fire, but assuming that he actually had a cold, I get it.
But this guy,
Well,
I think we had better closing statements than they have.
we did, and we just we're off the top of our head. He got to prepare.
Yeah.
has increased your taxes because of the deficit, number one. He's increased inflation because of the debacle he left after the way he handled the pandemic. And he finds himself in the...
Hey, did you catch it? Smart. He just blamed the inflation on Trump.
Position where he now wants to tax you more by putting a 10% tariff on everything that comes into the United States of America. What I did when, for example, he wants to get rid of the ability of Medicare
This is just dude, this is not good to watch. Again, these are the prepared. You knew this was coming. This was prepared. This is prepared.
This is sad. It's not something to really mock. It's just sad.
I'm not going to.
I think of my grandpa because I remember him being in that state, and I felt bad for him. The man that was this old man who accomplished so much. He was like he turned into a child, into a helpless little man, in the end of his. At the end of his life. And this is basically how I feel about Joe Biden right now. Why in the world is this guy still running for president?
Yeah. Sad.
To be able to negotiate drug prices with the big pharma companies. Well, guess what? We got it down to $35 for insulin instead of $400. No more than $2,000 for every...
He just said insulin price drop. We just heard that it skyrocketed, and I mean that's what we're told in the chat. But sounds like the price is skyrocketing. He says it's been lowering.
Senior, no matter how much prescription they need, you know what that did? That reduced the federal debt by $160 billion over 10 years because the government doesn't have to pay the exorbitant prices. I'm going to make that available to every senior. All along, it's happening now, and
I have to say all this, and this will save $160 billion over 10 years. I'm like, guys, you guys deal in like trillions. You're talking like trillions. You run up the deficit. What is 160 billion? That's like what you guys spend on a weekend. Come on.
But in America, he wants to get rid of that. I'm going to make sure that we have child care. We're going to significantly increase the credits people have for child care. I'm going to make sure we do something about what we're doing on lead pipes and all the things that are...
He's talking about lead pipes?
...problems for people across the country. We're going to...
He's seriously talking... I'm going to deal with... If I'm reelected, we're going to deal with lead pipes and the health problems they can cause.
Continue to fight to bring down inflation and give people a break.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, you now have...
What?
Okay, I didn't watch that beforehand. That is one of the weakest concluding statements I've ever seen for anything in my entire life.
You can't even take anything away from this. It's just it's
what? You didn't hear the part about lead pipes? That got me excited. I'm ready to go vote right now. Lead pipes. I've just been sitting here wondering, when are we finally going to do something about all the lead pipes?
I wonder if people who actually support Joe Biden watched this live and really cringed at this and couldn't take it anymore. What's the reaction? I don't know. Because it's painful, very painful.
It's pretty painful. Now let's see how Trump does. I was about to say I suspect he's going to do better, but there's no way he doesn't do better than what we just saw.
Minutes for your closing statement.
Like so many politicians, this man is just a complainer. He said, we want to do this, we want to do that, we want to get rid of this tax, that tax. But he doesn't do anything. All he does is make our country unsafe by allowing millions and millions of people to pour in. Our military doesn't respect him. We look like fools in Afghanistan. We didn't stop Israel. It was such a horrible thing that would have never happened. It should have never happened. Iran was broke. Anybody that did business with Iran, including China, they couldn't do business with the United States. They all passed. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah, for terror, no money whatsoever. Again, Ukraine should have never happened. He talks about all this stuff, but he didn't do it. For 3.5 years, we're living in hell. We have the Palestinians.
For 3.5 years, we're living in hell. Look at around you at this hellscape.
And we have everybody else rioting all over the place. You talk about Charlottesville. This is 100 times Charlottesville, 1,000 times. The whole country is exploding because of you, because they don't respect you, and they have to respect their president, and they don't respect you throughout the world. What we did was incredible.
What is he saying is worse than in Charlottesville? What is he specifically referring to?
People. I'm guessing is he talking about the Palestinian protest, or?
If so, he's probably right. But
that is. I would say a lot of those protests are worse.
Yes. Yeah. If so, that's
rebuilt the.
That's. I mean, I will say that he exaggerates and misrepresents things a lot. But if he actually means that the whole pro-Palestine protests are worse than Charlottesville, I think he's probably right on that.
Yeah, I have to say, no. I mean, how many people after Charlottesville are like, yeah, let's be more racist or something like that? You do have a big uptick in anti-Semitism after the college campus thing. So I would be more concerned about that.
Yeah. Largest tax cut in history, the largest regulation cut in history. The reason he's got jobs is because I cut the regulations that gave jobs, but he's putting a lot of those regulations back on. All of the things that we've done, nobody's never seen anything like, even from a medical standpoint, right to try, where we can try space-age materials instead of going to Asia or going to Europe and trying to get when you're terminally ill. Now you can go and you can get something. You sign a document. They've been trying to get it for 42 years. But you know what we did for the military was incredible. Choice for our soldiers, where our soldiers, instead of waiting for 3 months to see a doctor, can go out and get themselves fixed up and readied up and take care of themselves, and they're living. And that's why I had the highest approval rating in the history of the VA. So all of these things, we're in a failing nation, but it's not going to be failing anymore. We're going to make it great again.
Not going to be failing anymore. We're going to make it great again.
Yeah, that's a lot of talk there.
Yeah, that was a lot of talk. And if it was, I mean, I don't know. If Biden hadn't done so terribly, the situation might have been different. But
the Biden administration is just it's so bad. It's absolutely bad. It's like, you know, when Trump went against Joe Biden, when it was Trump versus Joe Biden, lots of people were actually sick and tired of how things were when Donald Trump was president, and that is probably also very much influenced by the whole COVID environment, which nobody enjoyed. But then Joe Biden comes in, and this administration is just so ridiculous. So absolutely ridiculous. And to me personally, what recently things have been bothering me on the whole front of Kamala making talking about Islamophobia and denouncing Islamophobia and all that. And I'm just thinking to myself, you know, everybody has their concerns, right? Everybody has their concerns in politics and in the nation and in international matters. To me, it seems very, very, very wrong to actually vote for and support a party and people who think there is a big Islamophobia problem and we have to stand against Islamophobia. We have to take a stance against Islamophobia. If you want to look at actual hate crimes, you know, hate crimes based on hate, and the target of the victims, Jews are significantly ahead in terms of being the targets of hate crimes. Muslims are nowhere near. And we are talking about Islamophobia, and they're letting all of these ridiculous developments happen that we have been seeing since October 7, and actually still talking about Islamophobia. This is one of those things that I care about. I just think it would be ridiculous for me to actually go and support these guys.
Yeah, if you look globally, Christians are the most persecuted group in the world. If you look at the U.S. and other Western nations, then it's Jews. And what do all our politicians say? Islamophobia is the problem. That's what we need to be targeting. Islamophobia. It's freaking nuts. Totally, totally nuts. Let's see. Meanwhile, in Montenegro, wait, is that making fun of AP talking about Albania all day?
Montenegro, I don't know. I have actually been to Montenegro, which is very weird because most people haven't been there. No, yeah. Most people around the world don't go there, but it's a very weird place.
Uninspiring philosophy is a wingaling. Thoughts? Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, he did post an extremely offensive picture of him with Mike Winger. So Mike Jones, inspiring philosophy. Maybe they think, oh, we're both named Mike, so we need to unite. That'd be stupid. But it's also possible. I mean, Mike Jones, not Mike Winger. Mike Jones, very intelligent guy. And so perhaps he's trying to infiltrate the wingaling community to bring it down from within. We don't know yet. We don't know if he's a terrible traitor who joined the wingalings or if he is infiltrating them to destroy them from within. We won't know. We'll find out. But if he is actually a wingaling, his judgment will be swift. We need more creators to spread truth. I speak to all. Rise up and make differences like these guys are doing. If you have talent, do something. Yes, do something. That is a good idea. And that's something I've said lots of times. Guys, don't think that you have to spend all your time doing something. Don't think that you have to go out and just learn all these massive amounts of. It's good if you do. But don't think, oh, in order to do something, I would have to go and do all this stuff. No, you can learn one or two important little things and just keep sharing that over and over and over again. So, yes, do something.
Be like David.
Yes, be like me. Ben's take on economics is great, and Joe's, the rich must pay their fair share, is not economically possible. Then again, Ben controls the space lasers. Oh, Ben Shapiro here? Oh, yeah. Ben controls the space lasers because he's a Jew.
Yep.
Chabad House Virgins versus Israel Beitar Chads.
Alhamdulillah.
Powerful. Super Chat had me edit chat several times, hence not easily understood. I'm new to this. Mormon and Islam have same source, so many similarities. Your debate several days ago, bros, was great. Yeah, we do have this issue with Super Chat. And what's interesting is that the chat, apparently it's connected to the person. In other words, the AI is picking up on stuff on you, because I've had times before where it will not let me post a word in a chat, but then I'll see other people posting the same word. So apparently it is modified and specific to the person. And talk about criminals. He tries to thwart the Supreme Court with his student loan forgiveness. There is no more obvious politician buying voters. I would agree that is an attempt to buy young voters. Live life, breathe air. I know somehow we're going to get there. These things happen all the time, and it's all real. I'm telling you just how I feel. Spoken like a true AP fan.
By the way, the match ended with Brazil 4 and yeah.
Well, I know Germany already had 7, so.
No, Brazil 4 and Paraguay 1. So, I thought you might want to know that, Dave.
Someone said German, yeah, but no one cares. No one cares. The crap sport.
That was a long time ago. That was a long time ago.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
you wouldn't get it.
No one in the world cares. Literally no one. Always look on the bright side of death. That's a good idea. Some things are meant to be, so give me your best and leave the rest. To me, I know it's time to raise the hand that draws the line. What are these lyrics from? I don't even know. Do you know what this is? You might want to search one of this. I know somehow it's going to be mine. Show me what you can become. There's a dream in everyone. Just leave it all to me. If you read all these, you said all the lyrics to the iCarly theme song based. iCarly? Is that a cartoon? Some sort of cartoon, isn't it?
I don't know what in the world iCarly.
It's a theme song. TV show or cartoon. What age did you guys read the Quran? Michael Knowles read it at 14 years old.
A sitcom from 2007. Weird. What? What age did you guys read
What
the
age
Quran?
did you guys
Michael
read the
Knowles.
Quran? Michael Knowles read it at 14 years old and debunked this TikToker that the Quran is not violent, and Knowles knows what's up.
Michael Knowles? What?
We might need to review that. We might need to find that.
Michael Knowles. Really?
I didn't read, just so everyone knows, I didn't read the Quran like cover to cover until I was in my 30s. I read lots of parts of it before then, but I was somewhere in my 30s. I was like, oh, okay, I've never actually just read the Quran straight through. So I read it straight through. It was the worst experience of my life. Guys, I spent years in prison, and reading the Quran was worse.
Donald Trump is often very hyperbolic, exaggerates. It's the worst ever, but David is not exaggerating.
I'm not. It's the worst thing ever.
It's worst. It's the worst.
We do need to. Don't let me forget that. Someone remind me if we forget to check out Michael Knowles responding to a TikToker and exposing the Quran, because we want to check that out.
I won't remind you.
No. AP, have you ever read the Quran? If so, at what age?
I read it before I was born.
I don't read the Quran. Quran reads me.
Yeah.
In your face. To be fair, insulin was purposefully inflated for years due to corporate greed. The current problem is new, based on evil prescription practices. Makes me not want to get diabetes, which runs in my family. A bunch of my family members had diabetes.
What's your problem with diabetes?
Well, now they're telling me that it's $2,000 for a 3-month supply. I don't want to get that stuff.
So why are you dissing diabetes?
It's dark but hilarious South Park end of obesity. It mocks the U.S. healthcare system and is about, Zempic, and the poor people take it. Oh, Lizzo. That must be a recent thing, because the Ozempic thing took off like within the past couple of years, right? Didn't that become a big thing? So that must be a recent South Park episode.
Alhamdulillah.
All right, AP, one last clip.
Really? There's more?
There's a last clip that's just the short fact check thing on who lied deliberately throughout the debate. And the claim is that they both said a bunch of completely false things. So we'll check this out, and then we're out of here, ladies and gentlemen. We're out of here. But we did have the entire debate. We watched probably like 30 to 40 minutes total of the hour and a half debate. And anyway, Here is the takeaway fact check, in case you want to know who you're going to trust.
Our fact checker, Daniel Dale, joins us now. So, Daniel.
Hang on. I recall, did I transfer this file? Hang on. I have a cropped version.
What channel is this?
What is this? Biden, Trump. That was the original video. I have a cropped version where we're off to the side. Okay, here we go.
Our fact checker, Daniel Dale, joins us now. So, Daniel, what stands out to you?
What stood out was the staggering number of false claims from former President Trump. On first count, Aaron, I counted at least 30 false claims. Now, President Biden also made false claims, at least 9 false or misleading statements on first count. I'll give you some of them. He said he's the only president in a while.
Okay, so he said 30 false claims from Trump, and what did he say, 9 for Biden? Let's see what they are.
At least 9 false or misleading statements on first count. I'll give you some of them. He said he's the only president in a while who didn't have any troops dying anywhere in the world. Troops have, of course, died on his watch. He said he's put in a $15 per shot cap on insulin and Medicare. It's a $35 a month.
$15 per shot cap on insulin and Medicare. Okay, so I guess people are saying that the price is massively higher than that, are talking about not in Medicare? Yeah, I don't know the details.
Cap. He said it's a $200 cap on overall drug spending in Medicare. It's $2,000 a year. He said the border now has fewer crossings than when Trump was in office. That's generally not true. He said, or at least strongly suggested, unemployment was at 15% when he took office. It was actually 6.4. He said Trump wants to get rid of Social Security. Trump doesn't. He said billionaires pay 8.2% in taxes. It's much higher. He said Trump told Americans to inject bleach amid COVID. We know Trump made foolish comments about scientists studying disinfectant injection abortion, but didn't frame it as advice to people. And Biden said the Border Patrol endorsed him. No, its union supported the border bill he'd supported, never endorsed him himself. In fairness, the president did appear to clarify that one. Now,
it's actually surprising to me that they fact checked and pointed out that Trump never suggested injecting bleach, because this is one of those things that people exaggerated and said he told people to drink bleach. He did make an interesting suggestion, but he never actually told people to inject or to drink bleach. So
yeah, guys, don't inject or drink bleach. If you need it to make your whites bright when you do laundry, then use it for that. You can use it for cleaning. It helps. You want to clean a toilet, just dump some bleach in there.
Yeah.
Very helpful. Very helpful. All right, now for Trump's many false or misleading comments.
Trump list. It is way, way longer. So deep breath. He said some Democratic states allow people to execute babies after birth, an egregious lie that is illegal in every state. He said everybody.
That's the thing. That's the misrepresentation.
There were some sections where I didn't actually see, but I watched their section on abortion. Didn't sound like he was saying that there are states that allow this. Sounded like he was saying that that had been suggested by the governor of Virginia or some previous governor of Virginia or something like that. I don't know. I'll have to check it out again. But
even Democrats wanted Roe v. Wade overturned. Roe was supported by 2/3 of Americans, even more Democrats. He said every legal scholar wanted.
That clearly, everyone agrees, all the scholars, everyone says it has to go back to, no, that was,
and that's one of the things where we both saw that we see that Trump is obviously wrong there, but any sane person who can actually keep up with the debate could have jumped on that immediately and corrected him on that, but not Joe Biden.
And that's a problem. I mean, it's almost like it's almost like Biden was encouraging Trump to overstep these things, just like he encouraged Putin by the sloppy withdrawal from Afghanistan. Hey, these guys are incompetent. They're not going to do anything. I can get away with anything I want. And then Trump's, I can get away with everything. I get away with anything I want. I'll just say everything I want. Hey, did you know the Democrats are going to kill all these toddlers? They're going to kill a bunch of toddlers. They're going to abort toddlers.
Roe overturn, abortion return to the states. Legal scholars have told me directly this is not true. He said the U.S. currently has the biggest budget deficit ever. No, that happened under Trump in 2020. He said the U.S. currently has a record trade deficit with China. That also happened under Trump in 2018. He said Biden personally gets a lot of money from China. Zero evidence of this. He said there were no terror attacks during his presidency. In fact, there were multiple attacks. He said Iran didn't fund Hamas, Hezbollah, other terror groups under his presidency. Iran, in fact, did. He said Biden wants to quadruple people's taxes. That is pure fiction. He said the U.S. has
quadruple taxes. That would be over 100%.
Provided way more.
He wants to tax you 150% of what you make. So you better vote for me. Okay, dude, this actually sounds like, hey, if this guy's not going to catch me on anything I say, I'm just going to say
to Ukraine than Europe had. It's actually the opposite. He said the U.S. has provided about $200 billion in Ukraine aid. It's closer to $110 billion. He said 18 or 19 million people have crossed the border under Biden. That is millions too high. He said many of these migrants are from
18 or 19 million. That would be pretty rough.
Prisons or mental institutions. His own campaign cannot corroborate this. He said Biden has only created jobs for illegal immigrants. Total nonsense. He said Nancy Pelosi turned down
some of these. Yeah, some of these I'm thinking
that just sounds like something you say to make a point and to exaggerate. He obviously he doesn't literally mean that Biden only created jobs for those people, for criminals and whatever.
Yeah. There's some of the times the exaggeration would be taken seriously and it's factually wrong. Like saying, all the political scholars agree with me. No, they don't. No, they don't. Everyone agrees. No, they didn't. They did not agree. So don't take that seriously. But if he's saying, all he's done is help these people, and you fact check it, it seems kind of, that seems kind of weak because
Actually, that's not true because it wasn't only those people. He
here's
also
a person.
gave jobs
Here's
to
a
these
person.
other people.
Yeah, help that person right there. So hot. You've been refuted, Donald
offer
Trump.
of 10,000 National Guard troops on January 6th. There's no evidence she even got such an offer. It was the president, not Pelosi, who had the power to deploy the D.C. Guard. He said Pelosi now acknowledges she turned down the troops. No, her office tells me this claim is still a lie. He said he deployed the National Guard to Minneapolis in 2020. Actually, that was the Democratic governor. He spoke of, quote, ridiculous fraud in the 2020 election. Zero evidence of any widespread fraud. He said NATO was going out of business before he took office. Completely, clearly absurd. He said the U.S. was paying 100% of NATO before he came along. The U.S. made up about 71% of NATO defense spending, not 100. He said he, not Biden, is the one who lowered insulin prices in Medicare. He did it for some seniors, but Biden did it for far more. He said Biden indicted him. Again, no evidence Biden has had a personal role in any of these four.
It's
This
so funny
is a
listening
longer
to
list.
CNN fact check.
What's up?
But it's funny listening to CNN fact check this debate because they're like, the guy is so excited to just so angry at Trump.
Yeah, I know.
Executions. He said Europe takes no U.S. cars. Just not true. He spoke of food prices.
Even this, when he's like, they don't take our cars, and they're interpreting it says Europe would never take a U.S. car, and yeah, guys. There are plenty of legitimate things to point out. It seems like he's trying to make the list longer than it needs to because there are things on here we agree completely that was false or misleading, saying they don't take our cars, I gotta make them take our cars and stuff like that.
Donald Trump said you're losers, but obviously we're not always losers because we also win here and there. So this is clearly wrong. Why is he lying?
Donald Trump said that there's not a single Ford automobile in the entire in any European nation, and that's false. Here's a picture of a Ford right here in Italy.
Drupling under Biden. That's a wild exaggeration, though they are up. He said Biden made up the idea he called dead service members suckers and losers. No, the Atlantic magazine reported that, and then former Trump Chief of Staff John Kelly corroborated it. He said Biden called black people, quote, super predators for 10 years. Biden never once deployed that phrase, let alone for 10 years, though he did at least once speak of, quote, predators without specifying it was about black people. He said his Trump tax cut was the largest in U.S. history.
Wait. They didn't add the correction here of what... I want to fact check this briefly, but so they are right. Trump said that Biden called black people super predators, and Biden indeed never called black people super predators. But I'm pretty sure, and I want to fact check that very quickly, it was actually somebody else who said that. I think that was actually Hillary Clinton. Because
there's no way
they should have added that to the clarification because that's a very important context here. Let's see.
Riker here says Hillary said that.
Yeah, Hillary Clinton, not Joe Biden, used the term super predator in the 1990s. This is what Reuters posted as well. So. Very important context here. Why would CNN not talk about what actually happened? I mean, they should have clarified that it was Hillary Clinton who said that.
That would have been funny. He said Biden says this. That's false. It was Hillary Clinton. Could have been funny, wouldn't it?
Man.
All right, coming to the end of the list here.
Not true, though, in fairness. Biden also said this. Trump said China and others stopped buying from Iran under him. China never stopped. He revived his pet lie, I don't know how many times I've done it, that he signed the Veterans' Choice Program into law. Barack Obama did that in 2014. Trump signed an expanded version in 2018. And finally, Trump said Biden got rid of that Veterans Program. Biden has not done that.
All right. That was the CNN fact check of the debate.
Very, very reliable. I'm glad they fact checked all of it.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Now we all know. Now we all know the truth, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm so happy that CNN fact checked this. Now I'm much more better informed.
Now we know. Now we all know who to go out and vote for as the next leader of the United States of America.
Obviously, Joe Biden only said 9 things that were totally false, whereas Donald Trump said 30 things that were false, such as that nobody is buying our cars. This shows that I'm going to vote for Joe Biden.
Yeah. Here's the thing. So some of the things on the Trump list we would look at and say, okay, you're taking that a little too literally, what he was saying there. That may have been the case. That may, if I were to take a closer look at the Biden list, there may have been things on that list where I'm like, oh, come on, you can't take that seriously or something like that. Or okay, maybe he just blurted it out and was thinking ahead and misspoke here or something like that. Here's what you're dealing with. Take the list as is. So like 9 for 9 either false or misleading claims from Joe Biden, 30 for Donald Trump. If you're looking at that and saying, okay, so here's the list. Here's the list. Trump said more wrong things, but Biden seemed completely out of it and not there at all mentally. Who am I going with here? How are we in this position, man? Seriously, how are we in this position? That these are the powers that be decide, guys, you decide who your president is. It's your choice. You go out and vote. But these are your two guys. These are your two options. Pick one. Pretty creepy.
The Irish people. That's what they do.
All right, guys. So
I have a book recommendation for everybody.
Bunch of crap.
I recently read this. Damascus events. Some very important context to know about the history of Christians and others in Syria. This is specifically talking about the 1860 massacre that happened around Damascus. What happened is initially there was a fight between the Druze community and the Maronite Christian community that were actually getting along very well for a long time, but there was a dispute that started where the Druze and the Christians started fighting and killing each other. But that then spilled over to Damascus, where it was no longer between Druze and Christians, but where Muslims took over the situation and started going around and exterminating, killing all the Christians in Damascus.
False.
Wherever they see a Christian, they go and kill them and rape and rob and take their things. Between 5,000 or 10,000 were killed. Christians were killed. Lots of people haven't heard of this. Lots of Christians are not aware of this. And lots of people just trust the narrative that in the Middle East, everything was totally cool with the Muslims. It's not true. Would always recommend Damascus Events. It's a good read.
Completely irrelevant book recommendation. And I have to say, frankly, kind of nerdy. Starting to sound like a wingling there. Anyway.
And pretty Islamophobic as well. Yeah.
Anyway, I did want to point out, because I titled this "What Everyone Missed in the Biden-Trump Debate," and I said that I wanted to talk about something that gets missed. This is true for any debate, guys. You have to look at the big picture, what's actually going on here, because if you don't, then you're still embedded in a system that's destroying itself. I'll go ahead and point out here. So, politicians, manipulators, but politicians in general. This is the downside. Politicians want you to have what's called an external locus of control. An external locus of control. The locus of control. Yeah. What the locus of control is, it's internal or external. What this means is, where do you personally place primary responsibility for whatever your situation is in life, whatever the situation is in your country, whatever. Is it, but your life, your situation, your economic situation, your financial situation, your family situation, and so on. What do you view as the primary cause of your situation? In other words, so here's my situation in life. Who's primarily responsible for my situation in life? Is that external to me or internal? Am I primarily responsible for my situation in life, or is my situation in life primarily the result of factors that are external to me? Which is, now, in reality, it's a combination. It's a combination of things you do and things that happen to you from outside. So in reality, it's a combination. But where does the primary responsibility lie? Is it me?
Hey, hold on. What? Hold up. Check the latest super chat.
What's that? Is that freaking Winger? Hang on.
It is him, yeah.
David Wood likes to post Star Trek fan art. I have proof. Nerd. What is this? That better not be the real Mike Winger, because I told him not to show his stupid face around here. He's talking.
It is the real Mike Winger. I just checked.
Oh my goodness. I'll show you what he's talking about. And this is going to be complete humiliation for him and possibly the end of his career. Because I keep telling everyone he's a total Star Trek nerd. No one believes me. And I will actually pull it up. Get ready for this. Everyone get ready to have your minds blown. Get ready to have your minds blown. This is just sad, man. I mean, it's just sad that this guy has any following whatsoever. And I would say it's kind of sick, actually. But what? What's so funny?
Nothing.
This is serious stuff, man. It's just like him getting his bookshelves from IKEA and having someone else put them together like a total nerd. But look at this.
David, there's a time to admit that you were.
Look at this.
Whoa.
That is the lamest, nerdiest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. And he's talking about me posting Star Trek fan art. It's picture of you that I used to expose you as being the biggest nerd on the planet. And notice, guys, notice what these guys do. I was making an important point. What did he do? He came in here and tried to derail the entire conversation. This is what they do. This is what these Star Trek nerds do. Anyway, back to what I was saying. And this is a takeaway. This is a takeaway. We would have been done right now. We would have been done by now because I was making a very simple point. Internal versus external locus of control. Where does the primary responsibility lie for your situation in life? This is your personal view. Is it mainly you?
Did you ever eat locusts, by the way?
No, but I would. Is it mainly you, or is it factors outside of you? Politicians and manipulators want you to have an external locus of control, meaning that you view things outside of yourself as primarily responsible for your situation in life. Why? Because that keeps you focusing on, in order to change those things out there, I need to get other people to do things and to make these changes so that my situation is better. And that's how they keep you actually dependent on them. And and what they want to do is anything good in your life, they want you to view them as the source of that, their party. And anything bad in your life, they want that to be the fault of their political opponents. And so if they manage to convince you their party is the source of good in your life and the other party is the source of bad in your life, then you become part of their group. And as we've discussed, we mentioned it briefly earlier, but I've mentioned it lots of times. The situation that you used to have is, it was kind of healthy. You can have a kind of progressive force in society and a conservative force in society. I'm not talking about progressives and conservatives. Those mean different things right now. I'm talking about it's good to conserve the things that are good and to make progress as well. So a progressive force and a conservative force and so on. And so those two forces in a healthy society work together and make the society better because you preserve the things that work, you make changes where necessary and so on. And what happens when things polarize, when things start to polarize, once you've defined your group as not the good of everything, but the opponent of that group, the enemy of that group over there, what happens is you don't need to do anything anymore because the groups will go farther and farther apart. Once you've defined your group as the enemy of that group and ultimately hostile towards that group, these things will push themselves further and further apart until you no longer want a leader who's good for everyone. You want a leader who's going to be the champion of your group and who's going to be the ultimate enemy of that other group. We're right in the middle of that. And I'm putting all this out, ladies and gentlemen.
That's true.
Because unless people become what are called hard targets, learn how to not be manipulated, you guys are doomed. You're just going to get farther and farther apart. You're going to elect increasingly radical or completely incompetent leaders. And it's just going to go back and forth until everything is destroyed. In other words, what I'm saying is this: when you look and you're going, seriously, Biden and Trump, how are these the options? That's because you have a population that has been over generations duped into being completely incapable of thinking any other way. And you're kind of stuck in this. You're kind of stuck until enough people break out of that. Until enough people break out of that mentality and that system, you are all kinds of screwed. And it doesn't matter who wins the next election or the election after that or election after that. You're going to keep getting further and further and further apart from everyone else until inevitably the entire system breaks down and everyone destroys each other.
This is true, and this is why we have to keep talking about the locusts controlling the world and taking over in the end. And this is a very important topic. I hope everyone is paying attention.
Here's a really, 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 really bad situation, but use it to actually pay. Just so everyone knows, by the way, you are much healthier psychologically if you have an internal locus of control. Even if there's all sorts of bad things that have happened to you in life, you're way better off if you think that I am primarily responsible for how things turn out in my life. Because then when something goes wrong, it's, oh, what do I do? What do I do to fix this situation in life? If you're just the helpless victim of everything else that happens, all you ever do is, oh, will you change this for me, Mr. Politician? Will you change this for me? And that's what they use to keep you undyingly loyal to their group. And what happens is once you become significantly polarized, they can actually define your group. They can define your group and what someone in your group does. AP, did you know this? The primary factor in decisions that people do, like voting and so on, is not even their self-interest. It's not, hey, what will help me most? It's what would someone in my group do? This is weird stuff, right? In other words, when a Muslim or a Christian or something like that, or a communist or whoever goes to a voting booth or makes a decision, the biggest factor is, what does someone in my group do? What does someone in my group do? How would someone in my group, whatever group that may be, how would someone in my group vote? That's the biggest factor in the decisions like this that they make. What that means is a manipulator who has made you completely loyal to their system can define someone in your group, can define what someone in your group does, and you'll do it, even if it's against your own interest, even if it's against the interests of your group. If they simply define your group, could be a race, could be a religion, whatever it is, someone in your group does this, votes this way. You can get to the point where it can be you can be absolutely destroying your group, and you'll still keep doing it. If the threat is, well, if you don't do this, then you're not really part of the group. If you don't do this, then you're not really black. If you don't do this, then you're not really Christian. If you don't do this, then you're not really whatever it may be. And so the easiest way to mass manipulate millions and millions of people is to get them to think that someone in their group has to do this, and that if you don't, you'll be expelled from the group. And so this goes back to the polarization. Once various groups are polarized, let's say, the reason they will become more polarized is, think, if you have a group everyone in here is part of your group, but you've defined your group as being against the other group over there. Then within that group, you have people who are closer to the enemy and people who are further away. People will eventually start climbing over each other to be further and further away from the group to demonstrate their loyalty to the group. They show they're more against this group. And that's why a politician is not going to be acceptable if he's a little too friendly with the other side. And the result is, just by this will just happen. These two groups will push each other further and further away until you have absolutely nothing in common, hate the sight of each other, and how do you even have a society? So the point is, ladies and gentlemen, your society, your civilization is being destroyed before your eyes. All the stuff we watch, this political contest or this election, these are all symptoms of something much greater that is going on right now. And if you do not figure out a way to fix it, again, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who you pick. You may win. Your guy may win an election. Your guy may lose an election. You are absolutely doomed unless you get the heck out of this. What are you pointing at?
Yeah, there is a sickness out there. No, it is true. Some people are not really listening, and they're making jokes, and making faces and things like that. But this is a very serious topic that David is actually talking about, where people are pushed as a result of the desire to be right and to control, especially because of the influence of the locusts who are trying to take over and control society. They are pushed into this direction of having to choose between one side and the other. And I have to say one thing and one thing only. If the choice is between Donald Trump and Joe Biden, I will say goodbye then.
This is powerful political commentary from AP. All right, we got these last couple of short super chats. AP, I sent you a meme on X that is you doing brain rot Riz. He said he sent you one. He said he sent you one.
Check it out.
Marky says, D-Wood, my respect to you for saying good words about the bravery of Ukrainians. Always interesting to listen to your analysis on different topics. Yeah, that was. I mean, when the civil war in Afghanistan broke out, it was okay. The Afghanis, who are not Taliban, are not going to put up much of a fight. When Putin invaded Ukraine, it was okay. This is going to be a bloodbath because the Ukrainians will fight. They are fighters. They are fighters, and they will fight to the death. So. The difference is I really thought the Russians were so powerful that even though the Ukrainians were going to fight, the Russians were still just going to win, and fairly quickly. And so, yeah, perspective on the Russian government and military is like, oh, they're not nearly as powerful as I thought. And perspective on Ukrainians, whoa, those guys are even tougher than I thought.
That's the thing. They actually thought they could be Russian through Ukraine, but they have been put in their place.
And that's why we have AP here for those insightful comments. Mike Winger is the type to post on an alt as a black man. Would he do that? I don't know. He might.
Yeah.
I don't know. He might. I'm thinking if he were going to have an alternate account, it would have to be a Star Trek character, right?
Yeah.
What's this? AP, I sent you pictures on X. Why is everyone sending AP pictures on X and then telling me about all the pictures they're sending?
Everybody is sending me these things as if I have endless time to collect people's inappropriate photos. I don't want to do it.
No one wants to see the creepy pictures you guys send him from Goat Hub.
Yeah.
I need to stop watching before I get the newest COVID that originated from Mike Winger. It makes you a complete nerd. Look at the AP. Look, AP caught it. Yeah, as soon as Mike Winger showed up, AP turned into a total nerd. Is it coincidence? Mm-hmm. Coincidence? No. And finally, the Alaskan ain't gonna vote for no dementia patient, hair sniffer, corrupt politician. Ain't gonna vote for no dementia. Oh, this is the song. Ain't gonna vote for no dementia patient, hair sniffer, corrupt politician. Ain't gonna vote for no dementia patient. Biden's not for me. That's good, but let's not make fun of the dementia, except to those people around him who keep propping him up. But dementia, if we live long enough, we'd all be dementia.
It truly would be a gerontocracy if we all gave up and gave ourselves over to the rule of the old people.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. Creepy stuff. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as far as I know, we'll be back on AP's channel tomorrow for some dope stuff. Dope stuff. And then, Lord willing, things can always change, but Lord willing, the plan is to check out Ahmadi Islam on my channel on Sunday. So thanks for joining in. Let us know if you're interested. Let us know if you're interested in any sort of political discussions, because I'm not terribly interested in what's going on. Never have been. Don't think I ever will be, except I am interested in how people fall for stuff. I am interested in that. So if you guys want to discuss this stuff, I can. And then AP, of course, is super interested in politics because he wants his German party to take over eventually.
Well, I do think it would be pragmatically seen and practically approached. I think it's quite obvious that the whole two-party system, voting between two parties, does not work. So the solution would obviously be to abolish the voting system entirely and to put one leader in this place who would then be the sole ruler in this country to make things right. And of course, the only person coming to mind who would be a good person who would dictate the law and would be the dictator, not to be confused with dictators, would be, of course, Joe Biden.
Oh, I thought you were about to say Nick Fuentes.
Oh, no.
Talk about the one person who would be. Yeah, okay. I totally thought you were going to say Nick Fuentes.
No, I want a gerontocratic dictatorship.
We do need. That's what we need. Wait, what's this? Make America Akbar again.
That's good.
That's greater. That's greater. All right, everyone. Yeah. Let us know what you think, what you want us to discuss on these shows. Again, when I just said not terribly interested in politics, what I mean is I view that as symptomatic of deeper problems in society. And so I'm concerned about the problems in society more than the symptoms of them. But you can always discuss things and then discuss the deeper issues. But let us know what you want us to talk about, and we will catch you all next time.
If we can.
Everyone be sure to make fun of Mike Winger whenever possible.
Inshallah.